Oh, all right. On to game. Oh, all right. We got some. I wouldn't say catch up, but we are starting a bit late today. So I do need to eat, but I also do need to play some catch up on our tokens so we can start chilling. All right. So what do we got going on here? Um, we dump these off. These off. The red ones we're not using yet because it requires the high quality creature stuff. But we can do some of them right now. We can burn through our creature stuff bare minimum. This in, that in, and gonna make another X. Oh man. Man, I slept wonderfully. That's the first time I've slept good in a while. It was absolutely fantastic. Oh man. Alrighty. Um, you know, I'll do it later, but I was gonna say we can make a bunch of steel because we have a bunch of iron. We can convert it, or we might not have enough coal. I need like 8,000 coal. Alright, so we are gonna start with the husbandry. Go touch our animals. this. Stage 1. Oh. And then we'll go and do our token grind, our town board grind, and then we'll see what's going on after that. Because if stun's around and stun wants a little bit of EXP carry, I can do that. If not, we can either A, do semi AFK Fortune Mills, or full active mining. Because we're still shooting for 75 mining. Yo, what up, mate? Yeah, man, I was definitely asleep. 100% was asleep. I'm doing great. Me and the wife went and ran some errands today. She went to Verizon to pick out a new phone and everything, and then friggin' I laid down at like 1:30, went to sleep by 2. She came into the room and said, "Get out of bed." And I said, "Why? What time is it?" She said, "It's midnight." And I said, "Oh, why are you coming to bed so late?" So then we talked for a little bit. And then yeah, I got up, took out the trash, cleaned the cat boxes, took out the trash to the street, microwaved my leftovers from lunch, and jumped on the computer. Yeah, I was out. I woke up a few times, get up and pee and stuff, but that was about it. I'm fucking dead, bro. It was came to bed at midnight, bro. I probably could have slept till morning. I was fucking dead to the world. It was crazy. We also need to do a vote on my next game too. So I gotta come up with a list so we can figure out what y'all would want to watch me play. I know you don't care, mate. And I know some people don't care either. Um, like most of you don't really care what game I play. You're just here to be here, which is perfectly fine. But some people do have a preference that they'd rather watch me play one game over another. And I think I'm gonna troll over just because I can. I think I'm gonna put on Throne and Liberty and First Ascendant just to see how see his reaction. Oh, hey, what up, Tover? Good to meet you here. Come here often. Over with the first. Bro, my wife hates it, but sometimes I'll lay down and within minutes I'm snoring. And she's like, "How the fuck do you fall asleep so fast?" He hates it. Yeah, exactly. Bro, there's times, Tover, where I'll be in the back seat of someone's car, like, we're driving somewhere or something, and I'll literally just pass out. Like, I remember there was one time I was in the back of my cousin's car when I was home from leave one day, and I fell asleep in my seatbelt, like, I can't even explain it. So I was in the back seat, right? And like I was strapped in, right? I was just like chilling, right? I was just like chilling. I fell asleep, and I ended up hunched over and still strapped in, dangling like this with my head bouncing up and down as they were driving, like into the middle of the car. Instead, it looked like a damn bobblehead. I was just like, bong, 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 bong. Just like, I fucking just passed out while they were driving. I literally just, when I get tired, wherever I'm at, I can get comfortable. Like, we were at her mom's house one day for, because we go over there for like holidays, right? And we'll eat dinner, and it's never in my sleep time, right? So I either don't get a lot of sleep before we go over there, or I have to like wake up early or something. And by the time we leave, I'm dead, right? And we'll eat and everything, and I'll sit on the couch and I'll fall asleep in some awkward ass like position on the couch. And then like I'll wake up and like an hour later and they're like, "Oh, good morning, Sleeping Beauty." I was like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" I guess I'd be like snoring and everything, just like fucking out for like a good hour. And I twitch when I sleep. Like I look like a dog that's like running in their sleep. I'm like laying on the couch, just like jerking and twitching and snoring, just fucking having a good old time. But yeah, that shit, it's so true. I don't know what it is. Like, it's like boot camp drills it into you. Like, when you can sleep, sleep. It doesn't matter where you're at, how comfortable you are, what the conditions are. When you can get some sleep, get some sleep. It's like an indirect byproduct of boot camp. Bro, I have some pretty nice dreams sometimes. Lurking in Hunt sounds good, Edge. I appreciate you.
Would you
Yo,
like a
make
cup
the
of water?
hydrate. Let's go.
Thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh yeah, we got M&M cookies from Costco. Tover, yeah, I'm eating right now. We got M&M cookies from Costco, and it's the small cookies. I don't know. It's like the batch. There's like 50 of them in a box, in one of their plastic boxes. Those things are fucking delicious. They're nice and soft. Oh my god, they were on sale. They were like $2 off the box, so she bought like 2 boxes of them. Mmm, so good. Wait, why can't you have sugar? I mean, not saying sugar's good for you or anything, but small amounts, like one cookie. Is it like before like medical testing or something, or oh, you're trying to go without? Um, I'm gonna be honest, over trying to completely cut sweets out of someone's life is not worth it. Yeah. So there's two things with that. Obviously, processed sugar. So, sodas, sweets, things like that. Obviously, super bad for you. But in moderation, it's fine. Like having a single cookie, you know, once or twice a day, not a big deal. But you have to physically and mentally like prevent yourself from eating more than one, right? Or two max. Um, the big killer, the big thing that people don't really realize is carbs. You really want to cut back on sugar intake and insulin spikes, it's the carbs. And obviously, yeah, if you're already diabetic, you got to cut back on like straight up sugar. But it's the carbs. Yeah, bread is only carbs, right? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not saying that like you have to completely cut it out of your life completely. What I'm saying is you need carbs. Your brain works off like requires carbs to function. You don't completely cut out carbs, but you also you want to be on the lower end of a normal carb intake or on the upper end of a low carb diet, right? If you're trying to cut back on insulin and stuff like that, right? If you're trying to cut back on diabetic issues. Um because what ends up happening is obviously when your body is processing any type of nutrients, right? It spikes your blood pressure. But fats and proteins they digest slowly, and plus fiber slows down your digestion, which prevents insulin spiking, right? So since it digests slower, the insulin that is released into the body is gradual and consistent versus carbs is a very fast like digestion, and it spikes your insulin through the roof. So you'll notice in like I'm trying to find like a black background to show you. But like I was trying to find just like a good like map or something. But you'll notice like if you're looking at like an insulin reader, if you eat a lot of like proteins and fiber and fats and like low in carbs, your insulin will be like this. It'll go up and down a little bit, right? But it'll be very consistent. But if you eat processed sugar or like breads and like lots of carbs, you'll have shit like this. You'll be like, oh, blah, 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 and it just like spikes up, spikes down, and this is what fucks you up, right? And then if you eat a lot of carbs and you eat a lot of bread, you'll have very high insulin, like in the high levels for long periods of time, and that's what fucks you for diabetes, right? Like can more or less give you diabetes, right? It's not so much the spiking up and down, up and down, up and down. It's not healthy for you, but that doesn't give you diabetes. It's being in these high ranges for long periods of time, right? So if you truly want to cut back on like insulin spiking, high insulin levels, try and help yourself with diabetes. And this is just what I've gathered intel wise, Topher. Um, like I said, I'm not no scientist or anything like that or doctor, This is just what I've gathered. But if you really want to cut back on it, like I said, it's not a sustainable, I wouldn't say diet, but idea to completely cut something out of your life that you like, right? Like me, I'm a carb lover. I love carbs, right? There's no way I can cut carbs out of my life. I mean, I can cut bread out of my life. I could care less about bread. Bread's never been really like my go-to. Like I like sandwiches, right? I like subs. I like deli sandwiches, things like that. I've cut those out of my life for the most part, but that's fine. What I can't cut out of my life is rice and pasta. It's just impossible. It's literally impossible. If they told me I couldn't eat rice or pasta anymore, I'd go find the closest fucking active volcano. There's no goddamn way. Um, but it's about limitations, Stover. So when you're like putting your meal together, you know, because it kind of goes hand in hand with the the healthy kind of like losing weight stuff that we were talking about before, right? Where it's like you do a little bit of carb cycling to, you know, have slightly high carb days on days that you're active, and on days that you're not active, you know, you do more of like a protein fat intake versus carbs. You have a lower carb day because you need the carbs to fuel your energy for your workouts or your activities. But on non-workout and, you know, activity days, you don't need that high carb, you know, high fast energy to fuel that. And there's a whole lot that goes into it. But um, what's this? I'm not gonna. I'm not. Sorry, I got really confused. I got really sidetracked, Topher, with the commercial that popped up. Ori Fu. Hold on. I got sidetracked with a commercial that popped up. It's called Ori Future. It's a D&D dice ice cube maker. So it makes D&D dice for your like alcoholic beverages and stuff. So you know how like you have like a whiskey or something and you have like a big ice cube? It's a massive D&D like a D20 or something. And they have a whole ton of them. Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, oh yeah, it's the Buzz Lightyear scene. I like how they put the meat on the outside of the bread. That's my kind of sandwich. You know what that reminds me of, Tover? And I was actually a huge fan of it. I only had it like once or twice. Juicy fingers, yeah. The best part that one of the meals that I was like, damn, that's a fire idea, and I liked it. But like I said, I only had it like once. Was the who was it? KFC. They made the chicken sandwich, but they used chicken patties as the bread. Like I'm all about that. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, that was a fire ass sandwich. I like that sandwich. My thing is like I said, I like bread, but I like it in like pretty much pretty good moderation. Like when we have like pasta or spaghetti, I'll have like a slice of like Texas toast or something. Like once out of every 10 times we have spaghetti. I don't eat bread all that often. I never have. Like unless we go to like Olive Garden or something like that, which I don't anymore because Olive Garden's gone downhill. But I used to go to Olive Garden every once in a while. And when they bring breadsticks to the table, yeah, I'd have like one or two breadsticks. We go to Texas Roadhouse, all bets are off. I eat all the bread, every piece, any piece that they will bring to the table, I will eat all of it. But other than Texas Roadhouse, like I don't really eat a lot of bread. I've just never. It's not that I don't like it. It's just I'd rather eat something else with substance than bread. Personally, like that. That's just that's my only like my write off there, right? Oh, so you do sausage patty buns with okay. I got cilantro on my fucking teeth. It's bugging me. So we got the mining done. Um, yeah, so we got the silver, coal, copper. We're just missing gold and cobalt. We'll go back, turn in the rest of the stuff. Yeah, mate, like I said, the sandwich wasn't the best because it was like on their dollar menu or something. It was a really small chicken sandwich, but it was like double chicken patties. And it wasn't like the highest quality chicken, even though it was KFC, but it was decent. Like it had good promise. It had good like the theory behind it was a really good idea. The problem with it is unless you had like one of those like waxy paper things to hold it, it was too greasy. Right? You couldn't touch it with your fingers. That's what the bread's for. The bread you can touch the bread and it keeps your hands kind of clean and whatever. But that wasn't a thing with the chicken because the chicken's just too greasy and whatever because of the way they fry it. Maybe if you did grilled instead, it wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, that sounds like a like yeah. So they did an egg sandwich in theory, Tover, but like a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich. Um, but they used devil sausage and they used that as the patties, which would be very greasy once again, but it would be absolutely delicious. Okay, let us we'll do that. Um, let's see what we have here. We're gonna do this. Um, other flippin' flippin' flop flop. Blah 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 blah. Bibbidi bibbidi bibbidi. Stop tucking me. All right, here we are. That's good. No. Oh, the hat. Yeah, that triple plus. Let's go. Yeah, I played the double plus for like 20 minutes this morning. I think I'm gonna fly through it with the Zenith upgrades. I think I'm gonna fly through it. Like I could have already like in 20 minutes, I could have already moved to the second room, but I was just taking my time. Yeah, mine is 50,000% cheaper because I got all five upgrades on the cheaper upgrades, and at every couple minutes I make like a 1 or 200 mil gold. Like I said, I could have already moved on to the second. So not 1 or 200. I make like 20 mil, and like so I basically make like 10 mil a minute, roughly. But all I'd have to do is wait like 10 minutes, and then move on. But I keep buying like gold upgrades instead of just saving it to move on to the next room. All right, Let me get my tokens done and we'll chat some more. Give me just 2 minutes to go through these. Also, Topher, I need to come up with a list of next games for next week. What games to move to. So you guys can vote on them. Just to see if you guys have any preferences. Because it's gonna be the games that have been on the chopping block to try. You know, like Final Fantasy 14, ESO, um, Albion. Like all of those are gonna be on the chopping block. But we're gonna be swapping. And in this game, I'll still be like AFKing and doing like my token turn-ins so I can get the premium currencies to like unlock my weight carry cap, so I can unlock the storage carries, or, you know, carry packs and stuff like that, and you know, maybe stockpile some blessings so I can come back to the game. You know, no big deal as it like progresses. And if I decide I don't want to play it anymore, I won't play it anymore. It's no skin off my back. But I'm not gonna progress it. I'm not gonna level up all my professions. I'm not gonna like do a whole bunch of things. It's mostly just gonna be token grinding off street, you know, in the background. So I'm not gonna be streaming it. So I won't progress it, but I'll definitely keep up with the tokens at least. Ugh. But yeah, I'll go back to that conversation about the whole cutting sugars out in a minute here, Tover. Like I said, I had more to say if that's fine with you. I don't like if you don't want me to beat a dead horse, I won't. But I had more to say about it because we've had conversations that kind of like are byproducts of the same conversation. It's a part of the conversation that I left out previously because there was no need to talk about it with what we were currently talking about at the time in the past. But it kind of goes hand in hand with the remember the other day when we were talking about like losing weight and like working out and like building muscle and stuff like that and doing exercises and like eating properly. It kind of is a two-pronged approach. They both go hand in hand with cutting out the sugars and like helping with diabetes and stuff like that and the insulin levels. It's literally a two-pronged approach. So if you're getting serious about your health, right, and trying to, you know, get, you know, your blood levels all, you know, leveled off and equalized and trying to like not get like super fit and like super ripped and healthy or, you know, like whatever you want to call it. But if you're just trying to get within like healthy standards and feeling like more good about yourself, right? Feeling like you're on the right path and whatever you want to call it. All right. Then we can chat about that. Like I said, that's already been a conversation we've chatted about before. Not me and you directly, but you know, in general. All right, so that's taken care of. That's taken care of. That's taken care of. Let's go turn these in, and then you'd rather watch me play First Ascendant. Oh, so you did hear that? Okay, gotcha. I wrote. Okay, so Tover, hear me out on this. I was catching up on chat, and I was reading your message, and I read that as it was so hot at work today. I'm a whore the fuck out. Oh, I would have left the door open. There ain't no goddamn way I'd be working in 110-degree heat, especially if it's fucking cold outside. Welcome back, mate. All right. Oh, I bet you there's somebody that will take you, Tover. But your standards might be either a little high or you're not open to the prospects because you're working on another prospect. You know what I'm saying? Because there are ones that will definitely they'll give anybody a turn. You know what I mean? There's always a doorknob. Just saying. Never heard that joke before, mate? Oh shit. So she's an overweight older woman. Gotcha. I mean, nothing wrong with that. She could probably tuck a golf ball through a garden hose. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's all you need, man. That's all you need. Just saying, Topher. Beggars can't be choosers. String cheese. Bro, Topher, we need to talk about your eating habits. We need to talk about your eating habits. Not saying that string cheese is bad, if you can even hear me right now, but we need to talk about it. Come on, bro. Can't tell me you're cutting out sweets and then tell me you're gonna go eat a string cheese. And don't get me wrong, I like me some string cheese. I do. I'm a sucker for some string cheese. So, mate, there's an older joke from when I was younger. Um, and it's kind of like a childish joke, but you know when you're shooting the shit with your friends and you're like calling each other names or whatever. There's one that the gist of it is you're calling your friend a whore, like a slut or something like that, right? Like, and basically you call him a doorknob. And they're like, what the fuck? What do you mean I'm a doorknob? Like, yeah, everyone gets a turn. As in, like, anybody that like tries to like get with them, tries to sleep with them, they accept and they just sleep with anybody. Right? That's the joke. It's not a very good joke. But it was like the unwritten written part of the joke, right? It's like, bro, you're a doorknob. What do you mean? What are you confused about? You know when you go to like, when you try to open a door and you have to turn the doorknob, right? Like that's the joke, is like you have to turn a doorknob, but if you reword like the structure of the sentence is every person gets a turn, as in you are the doorknob. Okay, never mind. Whatever. corrupting me. I'm not corrupting. I was just trying to explain like why the stupidity of the joke. Hey, yo, Topher, I bet she's very experienced. Just saying. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Just saying. I'd be okay with it. I mean, I guess I'm not very picky. Hell yeah, Topher. Anybody that'll say yes is a yes. Everybody that'll give you the time of day is a yes. Oh my god, I think I got the cilantro out of my tooth. Oh my god, it's so much better. Holy shit. But Topher, I think I said this if you ran away. Motherfucker. You cannot sit there and tell me, hey, I'm cutting sweets out of my diet because I'm trying to watch what I eat or whatever, and then go eat a goddamn string cheese. What is the nutritional factor of a string cheese, bitch? What's that string cheese? Give me the string cheese. I need to see the nutritional factors of a string cheese. It's probably not terrible, but we gotta talk about it. All right, I forgot what I was doing. All right, so we need rabbit. There's one right in front of me. All right, so okay, what's the brand, Dover? Do you know what brand it is? That's all I need. Like, because I can just Google whatever the brand stick cheese is, or string cheese. Like I said, mate, I'm a sucker for string cheese myself. But I don't eat it. Like, it's not that I'm like super anal about what I put in my body, right? But all right, so this is one stick cheese. All right, so I would say it's terrible for only one reason. The saturated fats, Topher. I mean, the sodium is a little high. Don't get me wrong. The sodium is a little high, but it's not a big deal. It's specifically the saturated fat. Now, if you got a string cheese with low saturated fats, the rest of these ingredients are fine. So, like me, I'm not a huge fan of it. Don't get me wrong, um, but I'm a sucker for milk in my cereal, right? So having a bowl of cereal with milk, right? Like most people. But instead of using whole milk or 2% milk, I don't have to, but I tend to use 1% milk, which is basically like water. Um, but it's because it only has 1.5 grams of saturated fat versus whole milk is 3 or 4.5 or something like that. Like whole milk is so much more. And even 2% is like 3. 1% was like way lower. Wait, what happened? But um with orange juice, okay, yeah, that guy needs a padded room. He needs a padded room. Yep. Intervention incoming. Padded room. 100%. I mean, I thought my wife was weird because she eats every cereal dry. No liquid. She just pours it in a bowl and eats it with her fingers. I thought she was weird. I mean, I get it, right? It's like a cereal bar or whatever. It's like it's fine. And I just thought it was weird because most people eat cereal with milk, but she doesn't like soggy textures, right? So she's not a big milk fan as it is, but she doesn't want her cereal to get soggy, right? So she just eats it dry. And yeah, it does cut down on the calorie intake and stuff and the nutritional factors because you're not getting all the milk as well. He may be a psychopath. That's what we're saying, man. He needs a fucking padded room. That's crazy. Because, like I said, apple juice is great. I love me some apple juice, but I'm not gonna pour a bowl of apple juice and put cereal in it. Like, you be fucking crazy. I mean, I could understand that one, Topher, because cereal with some sort of like granola and oats and stuff like that is really tasty. Like that crunchiness, it gives the yogurt, like especially if you do like Greek like yogurt, like good healthy Greek yogurt, and you throw it, it's actually fire. And I'm not a fan of Greek yogurt because it's bitter, it has a weird aftertaste and stuff, and I'm not a huge fan of oats by themselves, but the combination works really well. And then you throw in some like raspberries and strawberries, and you got a fire ass breakfast. Like that is a fire breakfast. Much better than a bowl of cereal. Nutritionally and tasty. No, I know psychopath is different than a padded roommate. I'm just saying, like, he needs to be put away. He needs to be put into a room away from everybody, so he can't hurt himself or others. Because he's got something wrong. There's definitely something wrong. Um, she she likes yogurt, but she puts fruit in it sometimes, or eats it just by itself. I don't know. She's weird. I don't tell her what to do. She likes what she likes, and I don't try and change her. But anyway, nutritionally, Tober, like I said, I don't want to tell you what to do. I don't want to change you. I like you the way you are. But if you like if there's things that you won't give up, right? Let's say string cheese is one of them. Instead of getting what you get, not saying what you get is bad. Either A, limit how often you eat it severely because of how much saturated fat's in it. Um, or get like a 1% version, like a low fat version. Right? Same thing with yogurt. Yogurt, low fat yogurt. Right? Low fat sour cream, low fat cottage cheese. Pretty much any dairy product is low fat. And the reason for that is like milk and dairy is good for you. And the fats are good for you. It's the saturated fats that fuck you. So you need low saturated fats, and the rest of the fats are fine because your body needs fats to process, and it's really healthy for you. Obviously in moderation. um, but it's that saturated fat that absolutely fucking destroys your cholesterol and bad things in your body. So if it has high saturated fats, just pass on it. Yeah, you told me about putting it in Pepsi. That was crazy. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't eat string cheese all that often. Mainly if so when the wife's mom goes out of town, we go to her house in the morning or I'll drive to the house in the morning to let the dogs out and stuff. And when I'm driving to her house, I'll bring me two stick cheeses. Right? I get the ones from like Sam's Club or Costco. I don't know what the nutritional factor is on them, but I eat like one or two on the way there just so I have something in my stomach so I'm not starving while I'm driving there. And then I'm there. And like I said, it's not the healthiest thing, but it's something to eat, right? It's something fast on the go. And it's I don't do that often. I only do that for a couple days out of um like she'll be gone for like 7 days. And I'll do that and it's like a couple times a year, right? But I don't eat string cheese other than that. And it's not that I don't like I said, it's not that string cheese is bad for you. It's not that, you can't get a healthy version of it or anything like that. It's not that I don't like it or whatever. It's just I consciously remind myself, hey, that has this in it. That has this in it. Let's pick a different alternative. What up, Sledge? Oh, what up? Welcome. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you for stopping on in. Hope you're doing well. We're just chatting about food while we're doing token grinds. Bro, there's times, Tover, where I'm just like, bro, the good old days of like the Mexican pizza. They called it Mexican pizza. I don't know what it really is, but it was like the octagon looking pizzas at school. Like those were fucking fire.
Oh,
Yo, Sledge with the raid.
yeah.
Yo, I wasn't expecting that. Yo, thanks for that. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Thank you for bringing your viewers on over and blessing us with your presence. Appreciate it. How was your stream? I'm assuming you were playing. I need to make that shout out command that does the tells me what you were playing. But I'm assuming you were playing some Quinfo. Quinfo, yeah. What were you doing? Are you one of those 100 PvP guild versus guild, uh, super guru kind of guys? Bro, I wish they would revamp dungeons already. They're so bad. Not yet? Okay, okay. Soon? Yeah, I'm gonna be taking a break from it starting Monday. I'm gonna be playing it in the background, but I'm not okay, so since I'm doing an Ironman free to play progression kind of thing, I won't progress the character, but I'm gonna be doing token farms off stream while I take a break from the game so it can have time to cook. Because there are so many just tedious factors in the game. It's driving me nuts. Yeah, old school RuneScape. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. You hear the RuneScape music in the background? Gotta have it playing at all times. 40 mil today? That's pretty good. I make decent money semi AFKing what do you call those things? Caravans. So whenever I like go to the store or I'm going to run errands or I'm going to do some dishes or I'm playing another game, I just set me up a 2 hour caravan run with like a timer on the side, and it nets you like 8 mil or something like that. So it's like semi AFK. So if you're just taking a break, boom, make yourself like 8 to 10 mil without even trying. The soy cheese. I never had a soy cheeseburger. They never had cheeseburgers where in my schools. We were too cheap for that. All right, so let's take a quick gander here. So we need. Oh wait, were those ostrich or rabbits we needed? It looks like rabbits, but we'll double check. We need rhinos, just fine. Yeah, they are rabbits. Okay, we'll just turn these in really fast. So we needed the rabbits. All right, so we got penguin, bear, hippo. This will take care of that. This will go with that. We got the desert cats to do. Feathers, we might have the feathers on us. No, they're in the bank. Okay. So let us go do bear, rhino, hippo, penguin. Sledge, if you haven't figured it out yet, there is only one location in the game that has penguins. I will show you it if you want. Technically, there's more places, but they're not unlocked yet. There's only one place that's an unlocked location for penguins right now. And some dickbag, I'm gonna blame 50% of it on the game maker. But it's right here at K80. So you follow the peninsula thing. It's right here in this little like U shape. It's right here. Only place. So you see this motherfucker's house? I'll show you when I get there. He put it right where one of the spawns are. So it kills like 3 of the penguins as they spawn. So it cuts out a handful of penguins that can spawn. So I partially blame this on the game developer. But I also blame it on Yoshi for being a dickbag. They need to take this spawn and move it here. Out of the way. So it doesn't get killed by the player's house. That's what they need to do. So I think that's partially the game developer's problem. It's northwest of Ancient's graveyard, north of Silvershade, which is north of Mr. Fall or whatever. Like way up here. So if you go to the north where the Frozen is, and you go to this little pass, literally right east at K80. Right before this little jet out. But yeah. When I first found this place, because I asked Topher, I was like, Topher, can you Google and find me if there's any? Because according to this, it says that they're in this region. I could not find them anywhere. I spent like an hour looking for them. Yeah. I'm on channel 2, so yeah, if I switch to channel 1, his wouldn't be there. But it's not that big of a deal. There's still more than enough penguins. It's just annoying. So I do token turn-ins, Sledge, since I play free to play. I do daily token turn-ins, so I don't have to spend money on the game. It's a little time consuming, and it's a very slow, methodical grind to basically unlock everything in the game without swiping my credit card. There's this motherfucker's house. That motherfucker. So I'll show you. So the spawns actually start here. And then there's another one there. And then there's like 2 or 3 inside the spawn of his house, which kill them instantly. And then there's like 8 more on the other side. His house is just right in the way. But I'll show you really quick. I take screenshots of him, but they're every NPC. So the lumberjack, the miner, the animal person, the farmer, the fishing guy, they all have a token turn in. Every day, every 24 hours, they have a token turn in. So like my hunter guy wants 16 penguin pelts. And then he also wants 16 bear pelts, 16 hippos, 16 feathers, 32 rabbits, 16 desert cats, 16 rhino hides, 16 horns, and 16 tendons. And then the harvester wants this stuff. So we got like hemp, basil, sweet root. That's hemp as well. This is the moist, not the moist. This is the desert one. Can't remember what it's called. This is the desert one. Desert one. And then needs cobalt, gold, silver, coal, mithril, copper, so on and so forth. But since I'm playing Iron Man, I can't buy anything I'm missing, so I can't do the mithril because I am currently only level 68 in mining. So I give up the tokens every day that aren't mithril. So it kind of cucks me. But if you're not playing Ironman, you can just buy whatever you're missing from other players. But you do token turn-ins. Basically, what it equates to is 80 tokens per NPC per day, and every 1,000 tokens is equivalent to, yeah, look, so there's one dead penguin, one dead penguin, one dead penguin. So once they spawn, they insta die, and there's no way you can like farm them. Now I don't know if he can farm them since it's his house, because if so, that's a pretty cool idea. Like you can just sit there and just hold E while you're sleeping, and you can just farm penguins. Pretty cool, but it's kind of a dick bag move. Um, but there is, I think, 6 or 7 NPCs. I can't remember off the top of my head. And like I said, all of them but the wood cutting one is 80 tokens a day. And at 1,000 tokens, you can convert 1,000 tokens in the shop right here. 1,000 tokens for 100 premium currency. And then you can use that to purchase, say, your 30-day value pack, or 30-day, secret arts, or 30-day blessing, which is the one I buy, so I can get double harvests. But you can maintain one of these every 18 days roughly. You can purchase a 30-day pack, or if you save up a little bit more, you can do the special support set for 1990. It would take you a little longer, but you could buy this instead. And if it goes on sale again for 50% off, and you've stockpiled some premium currency, you can buy a whole bunch of them. What's someone's boat over there? Interesting spot. But if you have any questions, Sledge, like I said, you've been playing a week. If you have any questions, concerns, thoughts, or anything, just feel free to ask. I know you don't know what you don't know, so you can't ask a question if you don't even know to ask the question. But if you want me to rant about things or explain anything or give you any thoughts or ideas, like, I'll do what I can. But yeah, there's a lot of things in this game that are just super tedious, super just irritating, that is just missing or lacking or just don't make sense. And then they're obviously working on a lot more performance and quality of lives right now, because they finally put down, content progression. And then they go back to content progression. They're going to redo the dungeons. They're going to obviously add a worker system and castle sieges slash territory control and stuff. So they got a lot of stuff in the works, but it needs time to cook. Like right now, we're on a simmer, we're cooking, but it's gonna take time to add the ingredients, to to simmer out the stuff, and to iron it all out and get it all juicy and tasty and ready to go. And I expect that from any new released game, regardless of company size or whatever. Every company's the same way. You just got to give them time to cook, because you can't compete with a 20-year-old game when it comes to content. It's just impossible. Yeah, I mean, I have my own Discord for my community. I have too many Discords. I don't try. I try not to join a whole lot. I'm definitely. I definitely, my whole stream is about, I wouldn't say mentoring, but my whole stream is about helping people with video games. So it doesn't matter what game I'm playing. People come in and ask me questions about anything and everything. So I have people come in and ask me about RuneScape. I have people that come and ask me about BDO. I have people that come and ask me about Trove, right? It doesn't really matter what game. I've probably played it, or I'm in the works of playing it, or I know enough about it. Or I'm interested enough to go and figure it out myself and help them out best I can. So we just chat about all types of different games. We help people out best we can. We don't do it for them. We don't give them the cookie cutter answers. We give them all the knowledge and information that they could need to make a sound decision themselves, basically. Yeah, so the mob grinding groups are great. Do you do it on channel 4, or do you do it on PvE server? And secondly, do you do it inside of your altars? Channel 4? Okay. Do you do it inside of your altars? Yeah. And lastly, there's two other things that if you aren't doing, you should do. I'll show you when I go back to town, but make sure you're buying the statue buffs for EXP. I personally would recommend buying the 1 hour buffs purely because if you pop a 4 or an 8 or a 10 hour or whatever, yeah, pots and statues, got you. Yeah. Well, the food too. Don't forget about the food. There's an EXP meal food as well. Uh, but yeah, the statue buff. Like I said, I recommend the 1 hour. So at least if you pop a 1 hour and you need to take a break, you're not wasting time, right? You're not wasting buff time. I'm definitely killed way more than I need. Okay, so let us go to bears, hippos, and rhino. So hippos. Um, yeah, if you want to save on money, Sledge, and you're okay with putting a little extra time in every day, or maybe taking some of your money and just buying it from other players that are spending the time doing it, I would highly recommend doing token turn-ins to get yourself free premium currencies every day or every month. So you can either buy weight carry caps, inventory expansions, storage expansions, maybe an upgrade for your house plots or guild stuff. Like you can get all that stuff, or you can just maintain your monthly buff, stuff like that. It's an easy thing. It takes you very little time. It really maybe like if you go and farm the stuff yourself, it takes you maybe an hour to farm the required materials every day. And if you actually just do a good like an over farming session like I do, you can fill your bank with a whole bunch of materials. And like what I do is I'll just take a screenshot of each one of them, plop them in a notepad, and then I'll just go to my bank and I'll pull out 16 of every item that I need, and then I'll just run around to all the NPCs and just turn them all in. So if you already have them stockpiled, and it's easy. Woodcutting, yeah, woodcutting's really good because of the boats, and obviously it's used for like almost all crafting because you need that the green wood to make the wood compression or whatever it's called. Oh yeah, arrows are nuts. Yeah, I don't focus on wood at all. Also, Sledge, I don't know if you've been using it to your advantage for leveling. I don't know what level you are. Uh, have you been doing your town boards? Your daily town boards? If you want to put very little effort into leveling, oh, you're already 100. Okay. I was gonna say, so if you have any new players that are coming in trying to get like extra XP and level, and maybe they don't have a lot of time to play or whatever, uh, I would highly advise instead of spending an hour grinding mobs for a decent chunk of XP, they can spend 15-20 minutes doing their 3 town boards, and they get like at least me personally, I've been getting anywhere from 50 to 75% of a level every day for very little time. Now they still need a mob grind if they want their pets, unless they're gonna buy it from somebody else. Yeah, it's really good for very little time. Like if you have a very casual player that doesn't have a lot of time to play, but they want to level, they just log in, they do their 3 town boards, and then they log out. 50 to 100 in 5 hours? That's pretty insane. Wait, how do you get so much XP in such a little amount of time? I know World 4 gives extra XP and the Devil Altars give extra XP and stuff, but that seems like a ridiculous. I mean, they did lower the EXP rates. Never mind. It makes sense now. That makes a lot of sense. I forgot because they reduced the required EXP by 50%, and right now we have the 50% EXP buff, so it makes sense. All right, that's taken care of, and then that's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty good money. Like I said, I know the 100 grind spots are pretty lucrative, especially certain ones that are like high density mobs. You can get some pretty huge silver per hour out of them. Honestly though, like you need a ton of silver at high level enhancements. I get it, but I feel like the amount of money in the game doesn't really matter all that much. Well, like I said, other than the high level enhancements, because you're going to be bricking a lot of items, and every tap is 1 to 2 mil or more, and you burn through a lot of money if you're like enhancing like crazy. Yeah, trying to get like the grades, bro. Trying to get like a very high graded item and then enhancing it, super hard. Do people actually sell a plus 15 max grade like weapon? I feel like that'd be trillions. That'd be a massive amount. Oh, okay, so they sell the plus sevens and then you just gotta try and enhance it the rest of the way yourself. Gotcha. Yeah, because you spend like a couple 100 mil on just the base item that you're trying to enhance, and then you got to spend probably twice that trying to enhance it, unless you brick it on the first try, obviously. Right? Like, because you need like the enhancement scroll, like increasement chances. You need the actual material itself, and then you need the silver clickable, money cost, and yeah, it adds up fast. I dislike the dungeons because they're just so brain dead. It requires like I like that they're fast and I like that they're easy, but I also dislike that you can go in as like a single individual and just blow it up by yourself with zero effort. You can literally just read chat, not even looking at the screen, and kill it. Yeah, well, dungeons are on their list of upgrading, right? They're gonna revamp it to make it more group oriented. Yeah, I think the crafting system is a little, I wouldn't say complicated, but it's a little too tedious. Like is what I was saying before. They have a lot of tedious processes and actions in this game that are just unnecessary. They could simplify things and it would, I think they would retain more players simplifying a lot of the actions. Like something as simple as splitting stacks of materials is just tedious, right? Yeah, I don't know. It shit doesn't make any sense. Like I said they tried to be cheeky with some of their stuff, and it just it doesn't. It looks in theory on paper it sounds cool. It looks cool, but in practice, in reality, in just the actual implementation, it just falls very short and doesn't make a lot of sense. Like the biggest pet peeve I have, Slack, is the fact that I can't hit escape and open up this menu. Any single PC player that plays any type of game ever knows that escape pulls up the game menu. Any game does it. Fucking web browser games do it. Oh, really? Yeah, so I'm not a huge old school fan. Like, cause I've been playing RuneScape for over 20 years. So going back and playing old school after being as old as I am, just yeah, there's some nostalgia to it, but it just feels very not worth my time. Everything's so slow. It's tedious having to run back and forth to the bank so often because your inventory fills up so fast. Oh yeah, I've been playing since I was like, I don't even know, forever. Um. Anyway, yeah, I've been playing for fucking ever, but I just can't go back to the very slow. Like I have to. Oh, I got to run all the way to this or mine it 28 times or whatever, 26 times, whatever the inventory size is. Again, I can't remember off the top of my head in old school. Back in the day, it used to be like 24 or 26, and then it like moved to like 28 or 27 or something weird. It just it slowly moved. Um, but yeah, you do have to run all the way down there, grab the materials, then run all the way back to the bank, and then run all the way back down. It was so annoying. Buy a girlfriend. Oh my god, bro! I used to pretend to be a girl when I was young and get free stuff. I'd have boys trying to buy my love. Be like, "You're too poor for me." Yeah, I was one of those cringies. Standing there bank selling all day. Bank sale, bank sale, just all day long, baby. And then I'd buy it from other people's bank sales of items that I would sell for more. I would just flip people's items all day long. Yeah, playing on my phone. So what I've been doing with the old school, since I'm mostly an RS3 player now, is I unlock the Crystal Crab location and I just go into AFK at the Crystal Crab to max out all my combat stats. And then sometimes when I'm feeling very cheap, I will stand there and just pick up everybody's arrows and bolts and just stockpile them to get myself some free money. Because I do have a couple friends or viewers that play RuneScape, and they're like, "Come play RuneScape with us. Come play RuneScape with." And they play old school, and I'm like, "Well, my character's not a high enough level to actually do anything." So I've been trying to level it up on and off. Whenever I feel the urge to sit there and AFK at the crab, so I can level it up to go do bosses with them. Yeah, combat. I don't know, man. The old school combat system is very unique, and if you're good at it, you're good at it. But God, it's so annoying. How many APMs you need to pull off in that game to be solid at the combat can just suck it. The hand-eye coordination to be able to walk while attacking and prayer flicking and weapon swapping slash gear swapping all simultaneously just using your mouse can suck it. Yeah, New World. Yeah, I have a new an Iron Man playthrough series of my New World to play of my New World account as well. I need to go back and finish it before they close, in January. But I started a brand new Iron Man. So this is my third Iron Man in New World. But I started a brand new one when they released the newest expansion, and um, I'm making progress. I took a break in February, but I made pretty good progress so far in that. I love the crafting in New World. So the problem with the crafting in this game versus the crafting in New World is I feel like at least in New World, hitting max level craft, like crafting level, gave you something that was required to make best in slot gear, right? Versus this game, hitting level 100 has no bearing on best in slot gear craft or not, right? And that's something this game, in my opinion, missed the mark on. Is why don't I get a bonus per level in a profession? You only get the milestones for certain milestones. You don't get a per level up, like, buff or benefit. And you don't get some unlock or some requirement or some sort of like boost or juice for hitting max level. And then On top of that, if you're gonna have a leaderboard system, why do we have a capped like EXP/limit? There needs to be a prestige thing to it, or something that's an infinite gain, so you can technically pass somebody on the leaderboard if they stop playing, or if you come in late and you put more effort in than they have, right? Like there has to be a way, like just because you came to the game before me and you got to max level first, there should be a way to pass people, right? Yeah. I would say the soft cap in this game is roughly 60. Once you get to, it's a little rough to get to 60, but once you're past 60, it takes a lot of effort to grow your skills. And then once you get past 75, it's like a medium cap. Like growing past 75, I haven't even gotten there yet. Like getting to 75 is a fucking slugfest. I'm struggle bussing. At least in the gathering ones, right? And certain ones are faster than others. Like chopping trees, there's so many trees, it's not that big of a deal. Same thing with the kind of like the herbs and stuff, but fishing, it's so time gated behind catching those fish. And then mining is so spontaneous, like spread out so much. Gathering those takes quite a while. All right, so we got rhinos, we got bears, we got rabbits, we got hippos and those. Okay, so we got desert cats to do. So let's go here. I mean, I don't have a problem with being able to own every house in the game. The problem I have with that is, are you going to use every house in the game? Right? Because unless they have some sort of NPC that can access your different houses for you remotely and do things for you remotely, it doesn't make sense. Because now you have to go to every town to check every house, to do every little tedious action in every single place. And since you have to manually enter every single storage chest, you have to organize them properly, space them out properly, stack them properly, so you can actually access them without too much tediousness. It just becomes too much. Way too much. Another thing I really dislike is the bank, right? So if you pull out a stack of something, right, and you have 1,000 here, you can't pull out more. Why? You can't. You have to manually drag and drop it. Because what it does is it says, oh, you want to pull this out? Oh, you already have a full stack. I can't do anything. Instead of making another stack. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. Yeah. You can do it from personal chests, Sledge, but you cannot do it from, I think it's the other time I'll show you. You can do it from personal chests, but you cannot do it from a bank. So this is the problem I was talking about before, where the tediousness comes in with this game. Is certain things are coded for certain actions, but not others. So like take the coal, for example, right? So I'll pull out this, right? I have 1,000. I can now pull out another 1,000. I can pull out another 1,000. I can pull out another 1,000, right? Very simple. It's super easy. But you can't do it with a bank, right? Here's another thing you can't do. So there's no hotkey to split items, right? You have to use the drag stackable items to split thing, right? I haven't decided yet. We're gonna do a vote later today. It might be ESO. It might be Final Fantasy 14. It might be Albion. I just look at whatever MMOs I haven't played, or whatever I haven't played in a long time, and see if there's any changes to things and whatever that we might want to try out. But what I hate is you cannot drag an item from a storage chest or a bank into The split. There's no hotkey to split. In order to split an item, you have to first put it in your inventory from the bank to your inventory, then drag and drop it, then click on this box to type in a number, then you have to click the split button, then you also have to put it back in. That is like 15 steps to do one simple action. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is the tedious, annoying thing that I've been complaining about for months, since February, basically. And why my stream is kind of like, yo, let's just play another game, because you can't stop bitching, right? And I've kind of come to the conclusion and accepted their wisdom. Every once in a while, pretty much every time I play a game, I get to this point where there's tedious. So let me backpedal a second. When I play a video game, I like to experience it in its whole entirety as much as I can until I can't play it anymore, basically. So I try and either max everything out and finish the game, or if I get burnt out before that with the annoyances. My biggest pet peeve with video games is they like to add content. They like to, make people happy by giving them what they want, but they refuse to quality of life and polish their game. And the way I look at it is, if you want your game to succeed and you want to retain players, yes, adding content helps retain players. But something that's going to retain players more than adding more content, obviously depending on how much content you have, it's obviously like a 50-50, double-edged sword here, is you need to get rid of tediousness. Tedious actions, tedious interactions, things that are very irritating. So if you have a gnat that's constantly buzzing around your head, just every single day you log in and you go to play, it's like, oh, I can't do that. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I can't do that. And every single day you log in, you can't do something that you're used to being able to do, or you think you should be able to do, or you have to jump through 50 fucking hoops to do one little tiny task or action. Like if you're doing, like I said, let's say you're doing your token turn-ins, right? And you have a bunch of items stored in your bank, and you're trying to split those stacks. Like I said, you're doing 10 different items for all 7 of your token turn-ins every single day. That's hundreds of items. Not hundreds, but you have to do it a ton of times. And if you have to do 10 different steps to split one stack, and you have to do it like 50 to 100 times every day, that's an annoying ass fucking fly, bro. And then every time you want to log out of the game, you got to go all the way down here, click the wheel just to log out. Another small annoyance. You're trying to pull stuff out of your bank in more than 1,000 at a time. You have to drag and drop it. Like there's just so many. And sometimes when you do fill from inventory, it doesn't pull items out of your inventory because it hits a thing that's already full. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to continue putting items in from your inventory because I hit something that's already got a full stack. Like, okay, that's fucking stupid. Or if you're trying to loot all from a chest and you run out of inventory space because you have too many like basic items, right? But there's items in there that are stackable that you already have in your inventory. It won't let you pull them out until you have a free inventory slot. Fucking stupid, right? So if you want to retain players and you want to grow your player base and you want to make people happy and make people stop quitting your game, remove the tediousness, remove the annoyances, polish and add some quality of life to your game, make things cohesive and consistent across the board. If you have a fill from inventory button on banks, why can't we do it to storage chests? If we are gonna make a storage chest system that is like old school Minecraft, where you have to individually access every single storage chest and remember what's in each one of them and organize them yourself and so on and so forth, how about, since you already have a cache shop, why don't we add like a cache item that allows you to attach chests to workbenches and to smithings and stuff like that, or maybe add like a butler you can purchase that will let you have access to all of your chests, you know, count wide, all in one location, and he'll just go and grab the stuff from you from wherever you placed it. Like, there's so many fucking options that we could do to simplify actions in the video game. And if you simplify the actions, you get rid of the tediousnesses, you squash all the fucking flies and put fly traps up, you're going to retain a lot more players. You're going to bring a lot more players to the game because there's going to be less negative impact reviews. There's going to be more people hyped about the game and a better player base that people are going to be more interested in trying your game. Yeah, that's the thing too. So like, it's like if you find something too annoying to tolerate, you just don't do the content. So at that point, what's the point of having the content if no one's gonna do it, right? The other day, I was like, you know what? I don't ever do world bosses, and I need some of the materials to do some crafts eventually. So I showed up to a world boss, and I'm standing there for 15 minutes, and I'm like, where the fuck is everybody? And I messaged in the global chat, and someone's like, oh yeah, no one does world bosses. They only just farm the level 100 combat zone. I was like, what's the fucking point of having world bosses for drops of things if no one fucking does them? Like, this is the problem. You add content to your game, but make it obsolete with other content. So now you have obsolete content in your game. Revamp the obsolete content to make it worth people's time to go and do it, right? And then something else that bugs the absolute fucking all hell out of me is, why is it, this is a two-pronged thing. Why is it that every single mob in the entire game drops the exact same items? The only thing that changes is the item level of the items. Everything's the same, exactly the same. There's no unique drops from specific monsters. It's not like this monster drops a specific, you know, unique this, unique that. Yeah, exactly. It needs to be unique to that boss or that, you know, mob or something to give you a reason to farm one mob over another, right? That would be sick. Every other game has that. Secondly, when you're leveling fucking professions in this game, there is no difference in level requirement of items compared to EXP. Fucking skinning a goddamn rabbit or a squirrel or a penguin or a turtle, that's a level 1 requirement, and skinning a goddamn level 46 rhino gives the exact same EXP. Mining iron and coal at level 1 is the exact same EXP as mining adamantium, probably mithril as well, because I haven't tested it yet. Why? Why? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I loved New World's drop system. Bro, I have a spreadsheet for all the profession gear in the entire game, what mobs they drop off of, and like the zones and everything. I made a spreadsheet so people could download and use it so they could just track it themselves, so they can say, all right, I have this piece, and it had like the hyperlink to the New World DB to show you like what the boss was, where he was located, so on and so forth. I made that because every time I make an Ironman, I go and farm my profession gear. I go and farm my smelter's outfit, my weaver's outfit, my lumberjack outfit, so on and so forth. I farm all of that shit up myself. All right. We need to do a harvest really quick. So what do we need? We needed a dream leaf for this and this. Okay. We needed spark for this, and then we need a single rose, and we should be fine. Okay. What was it again? Dream, rose, and spark. Dream, rose, and spark. But also, things like the pet system makes no sense. Like, why have pets for harvesting, for wood chopping, for mining, and so on and so forth, if you have to literally every time you walk up to a different thing, you have to change your pet? There should be like an auto pet thing, or maybe a like a thing in your house where you put your pets in your house, and there's a way that they just buff the account itself, so you don't have to constantly change pets for professions. Like, that would be huge. Like I said, it's about removing the tedious bullshit. And that's why I'm taking a break. They need to obviously revamp dungeons. They need to add like the worker empire. They need to add the card system. They need to add some more PvE content. You know, they need to iron some stuff out, get rid of some of this like tediousness, and I'll come back. It's a good game. It's got a core, like a great core basis of the game. Got the mechanics are good. The combat is very intuitive and simple is good, right? Um, Anybody can play it. Anybody can just jump in and have fun. But obviously, the more effort you put into it and the more min-max you get, the slightly better, you know, results you'll get. But it's also very easy for any casual to just jump in and have some fun. So they've done a very good job of getting a good base, good core. But it's like they forgot everything past that point. And I get it. It's a single dev. He's doing what he can. But I think that he's either he's overwhelmed and doesn't have time to do everything, which I get. I can understand that, being a single person adding content and polishing and, you know, QAing and everything that he's doing. I get it. Hire somebody to help you at this point. Just a single person, get them caught up to a point where they can just iron out simple tedious actions in the game, right? Cohesive, one, you know, one unity across the board of like actions. So if you have a fill from inventory on bank, add that to your storage chest. You know, if you have this, make sure it's across the board on everything. You know, maybe add more stuff to the cash shop. It wouldn't be pay to win stuff, but it'd be pay for convenience stuff. You know, things that allow your pets to buff the account rather than having to manually switch the pet depending on what profession you're doing, or maybe, like I said, having like a butler or some sort of a purchasable item that allows you to access all of your personal chests from one location, or attaching personal chests to workstations, like things like that, just to make people's lives easier and to simplify the game, but also making it to a point where you can make some cash off of it, right? Yeah, like I mean, they do have the arena battles, which is somewhat bracketed and scaled, but it's not quite the same and it's not quite really worth it. But I feel like, yeah, at level 100, depending on your gear score, right, you should be in brackets, right? If you're like, I don't know what gear score looks like, or the grades look like at higher levels, but if like you're a 2000 graded, you know, item level, you should be against other people in like 2000 to 2100, 2200 or something like that. Which puts you into brackets like that. So you're not against like a 3000 when you're only a 2000, because there's no way you're going to win. I mean, you could, but very unlikely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see like certain play styles are just absolutely insta-giving people. And it's been that way forever. All right, let's see what we have here. All right, so we didn't need this. We need a little bit more of this one. We didn't need this. We need more of that. Didn't need this. Didn't need this. Didn't need this. Didn't need that. Didn't need that. That's done. That's done. Like I said, we need one more rose. It looks like one more of these. 5+10s, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Is like I feel like your grade should you should be partnered against people of like grades um when you're at level 100. So they already have brackets for all the level, you know, groups. But once you hit 100, everybody's lumped together, and that's fine. But there should be a grade system incorporated into that where, you know, if you're too high of a grade, you shouldn't be put up against people that are like of a low grade, because it just doesn't, it's not fair. Why am I not getting this? Did I not harvest that rose? Or did I run away from it? Oh, there wasn't a rose there. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? But like I said, that's my problem I have right now. It's like, is I like the game a lot, and I'm having a lot of fun doing the Ironman progression and just exploring the game and experiencing it. It's just when you have these like super annoying, tedious actions that you have to interact with on a daily basis. Like you said, you either you stop interacting with those, which limits what you can do in the game at that point. And at that point, like, what's the point of having those actions in the game or those things built into the game if people aren't going to interact with them, right? Useless content at that point. And or they have to fix it. And if they're not going to fix it, then I'm just going to go play something else, because if what I want to do on a daily basis, if what my daily grind requires me to interact with these annoying ass fucking things, I'm just going to go play a different game, because I'm not going to just subject myself to this annoyance every day, all day, just because you don't want to take the time to polish your game, right? I've quit many games because they refuse to polish their game. And like I said, from a standpoint of a gamer, if you want to retain player base, you have to polish your game. I don't care how much content you add to a game. I don't care how good the content can be. If you don't polish the content, you don't quality of life, like a lot of things, and remove tedious actions and uh just straight up just I just clustered all together as just tediousness. You don't remove your tediousness from the game and make things smooth and cohesive and simple, you're never going to grow. One of the main reasons the bigger games are big games is because they tend to remove or simplify tedious actions, or at least have an option to simplify tedious action. That's why they succeed. You got one like a game? What we got? You want to go play First Descendant? What's up? Want to try some Throne and Liberty? Oh, Slack. Did you like Throne and Liberty? Can I put the sound on, Tover? Never played it? So, Sledge, I'm gonna be honest with you. We call it Dungeons and Liberty, and I would definitely not recommend play the game. Yeah. So that's the thing. It is in theory pay to win. In theory, you can do everything in the game without spending a dime. But the reason people call it pay to win, you swipe your credit card, you can buy BIS gear off the marketplace that people have found that are selling. So it's not like you swipe your credit card from the cash shop. There's an ad. I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish. Sledge, let me know when you're out of the ad, if you ever get it or whatever. If you're in the ad already, obviously you can't hear me, but let me know when you're back, and I'll continue explaining. In practice, it's pay to win. You can. Yeah, I'm just worried you're gonna get hit with the ad. Just let me know if you get hit with it. Okay. So, oh yeah, we need sweet root, hemp, and I think some basil. All right. So, what ends up happening is it's not like you swipe your credit card to the shop and you just get a strong item from the shop, right? You have to swipe your credit card to get premium currency, and you use the premium currency in their marketplace, and you can buy items that people are selling for the premium currency, right? And that's why it's pay to win, is because a brand new player can come to the game, swipe their credit card, buy best in slot gear off of the marketplace from other players, and then just be juiced out of his mind, like with all the other players that are already there. So that's why it's considered pay to win, but all of that gear is obtained by players from playing the game, right? It's just like if you were to go play any other game that you can purchase, like use your credit card to get in-game currency, right? So if you can get in-game currency by swiping your credit card and then buy items people are selling, it's the same thing, right? Just like New World, just like any of the other games, like if you could swipe your credit card to somehow sell an item for currency, and you use that currency to buy something off the marketplace from a player that has a best in slot item, it's the exact same thing. So I would say, yes, it's somewhat pay to win, but it's just pay to get to the end before other people. Exactly. But those are at least RMTing. This is built into the game as a legit. That's the difference, right? But with that said, you can farm dungeons, you can farm materials and stuff like that, and you can sell them to the marketplace for free to gain premium currency from other players, and then use the premium currency to buy yourself gear from other players. So there's a way to do it for free and for you to farm all the gear that is being sold anyway by yourself, right? So like I said, it is in theory pay to win, because if you swipe your credit card, you bypass all of that and you can just jump right to the end game with all the high tier players. But the game is a lot like this game, right? There's obviously some differences and whatnot, but in theory, or overall, it's very similar. The weapons level the same way. You need books that you have to farm from NPCs around the world to, craft your books to then upgrade your your skills and abilities and so on and so forth. It's a pretty hefty grind though. They don't really have professions, and this is why I was saying it's similar, but the professions kind of aren't there. There is a little bit of crafting, but not really. The game revolves around PvP, guild PvP, open world PvP. There's world events that trigger every hour basically, and there's a lot of PvP oriented one. There's a lot of guild versus guild ones that pop off. There's world bosses that are PvP guild oriented. It's a massive PvP game, and that's why the pay to win kind of shows in, because people that swipe their credit card to have best in slot gear, that then you go up against these people that have best in slot gear and you don't, you get slammed, right? When you're doing these guild versus guild stuff, they have territory control already built into the game. Their dungeons are actually real difficult dungeons. The reason I quit playing the game was because I spent every stream for 6 hours, every single stream, just doing dungeons for materials and items to drop, to turn around and sell to players and so on and so forth. But if you have a solid group that can speed run dungeons, you don't have to spend that long running the dungeons, because you won't be getting kicked out of parties. You won't be running into parties that disband because there's bots in them or something like that. It's just like if you have a group, it makes it a much easier to get through the dungeons. If you don't care about the dungeons for the item drops and stuff like that, you obviously can skip the dungeons and just do whatever other content you want to do. But that game, there's a reason to grind mobs in different areas, because they have unique drops, unique reasons to farm each individual mob. The game is basically this game 5 years ahead. That's why I was saying, it's like, if you like this game and you're interested in this game, that game is technically better, minus the fact that they don't have professions. Like, they have fishing, they have cooking, they have wood chopping and stuff like that, but majority of that stuff isn't really used for much of anything. Like, you can craft weapons and armors and gear and stuff, but it's not for actual use, because everything that you get from dungeons and mob drops are better. Dungeons and Liberty, yes, Topher, yes. I mean, I indirectly touched on that, Topher, not directly stating the bad parts, but yeah. Yeah, so what he's referring to, Sledge, is kind of what I alluded to, but I didn't say directly, is what ends up happening in Dungeons and Liberty is the community have gotten to a point where there were so many bots just auto queuing into dungeons that you would literally join, and if you didn't move in a certain amount of time, or you weren't attacking in a specific pattern, or whatever the fuck, you would get insta kicked and be called a bot. And then if you didn't get insta kicked, for being a bot, and you were actually playing the game with these people, and you guys were doing the bosses or whatever, if you didn't do a skip properly, which is basically running through the mobs and de-aggroing them and whatnot, if you didn't do that properly, they kicked you. Instead of telling you what you did wrong or explaining to you how to do the skip, if you didn't know how to do it or you failed it, they kicked you. If you didn't do the meta glitch skips or meta glitch kills on the bosses, they kicked you. The community was absolute poop. And this is why I say, if you have a guild or if you have a group that you get to know or whatever, the game is much better. Because then you just group up with your friends, you group up with your allies, your guildies or whatever. If you don't know what you're doing, they teach you instead of kicking you. You don't get kicked for being a bot. You know what I mean? Like, it simplifies the whole process and you can just play it and have fun. It's a great, fantastic game as long as you avoid the community. Like the trash community. But like I said, the crafting and everything is more or less based around crafting like dog shit ass items or farming these dog shit ass items to complete collections to juice your account. So it's a collection based game where you have to farm a ton of trees to get a chance to get a specific pet to drop, and when you get all the pets of the same series, you get a count bonus. And then you use your pets to like farm materials and stuff for you indirectly, and there's like a lot of cool stuff with the game. And I think it's free to play still as well. So if you haven't tried it, I wouldn't say swap games. I would say when you get bored of this, or when you want to change a pace, or if you want to play something on the side and kind of tinker with it on and off here and there, give it a shot. It's not a bad game. It's not a forever game, just like all the other ones, but it's not a bad game. Just avoid the community and you'll be fine. Or make friends in the community. One or the other. That's your best bet. Alright. So I think we're done with all our tokens now. Sorry, I should have been done like an hour ago. I've just not been paying attention at all. I've been like over farming everything and like just chatting, which is fine. I like doing it, so it doesn't bother me any. But yeah, it's like I said, I don't know what games you've played and what you're interested about, what you like about certain games and dislike about certain games, but there's a lot of good ones out there. Yo, what up, Nico? What's going on, man? Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you as always. How you been? What's going on? All right, that one's done. This one's done. 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 Favorite RuneScape quest? The one that I don't have to do. I hate every quest. Absolutely hate every quest. I fucking hate questing. And that can go... That is true across the board for pretty much every game I've ever fucking played. I hate questing. Oh my god, do I hate questing. Redoing quests? God forbid I have to do that. Fuck that nonsense. Oh, also Sleck, when I was telling you earlier about these quests, right? This EXP that you gain from doing like the helpful tasks, like 53k here, which are the dailies, and then the royal quests, which are refreshable twice a day. This EXP can be boosted by EXP boosts. So if you pop one of these EXP boosters from the statue in like food buffs, or you know, this thing down here, or anything that increases character XP, it increases the town board EXP turn-in on top of that. So this is where you can make mad money. Like, hey, XP, look, I got 44,000 XP without popping one of those buffs for turning in this. So then grab one of these, 40%, right? Pop it. Go and do this. 61,000 XP. Right? We just did a little bit, so we're 79% into a level. And if we pick up the rest of these, like some of these I can't do because I don't have them. But if we pick these up, twist it and bop it, pull it. I wouldn't call them quests, Nico, but you're not wrong at the same time. I wouldn't call them technically quests, but you're definitely not wrong. So what are we trying to get here? We need obsidian, shark, poison gland, frog skin, which I don't have. And we'll actually go grab a few to get that one done. Dark mode, running the raid. All right, sounds good. I'll see you when you get back. Then we gotta go kill 175s. But you'll see my EXP jump in a second here because all that stuff I just put in my inventory won't trigger until I either split a stack or I obtain an item that goes into my inventory. So I'm gonna go kill like one frog and I'll get the frog skins done at the same time. Bro, I hate frogs. They're the most annoying fucking mob in the whole game. Alright, so look at this XP. Boom, 61, 61, 61, 61. There's 3% of a level. There's another percent. I'm actually getting a lot less XP than I was the other day. The other day I was getting like 80k before I leveled to 75. I think 74 to 75 I was getting like 80k. And I think hitting the next bracket of 75, I think the EXP went down a little bit for some reason. Their shit's not consistent. I think I scared off Sledge. $109 out of 180? What, are you going for the quest cape? Holy hell, congrats, man. That's a hell of a grind. Congratulations. Huge props. I just hate questing. Honestly, Nico, it's not that they're hard. I just hate doing it. It sounds silly, but it's just the god awful truth. I just hate questing. It's just tedious. Like that's truly the problem here. Is walk over here, talk to this guy, hit these specific buttons, say these specific things, go over there, grab this one item, go and do this, grab this actual item, and then go combine these two items over in this thing and click on this, wait 5 hours, and then go click and talk to this guy, and then run all the way over to here to talk to this guy to do this, to do that, and then to grab this, to grab that. 5 hours later, go and grab this and do that, and then 2 hours later of running, you got to do this, and then you get caught and you got to start back over. You get caught again, you got to start back over. Now you got 10 hours more worth of work to do. It's like that's one fucking quest, and you're like, God damn it, bro. You got to 41 without running an altar? That's hilarious. I mean, that's the one nice thing about quests, though. Some of the leveling guides, they recommend to do certain quests because they just give so much flat XP. Yeah, the optimal list will bring you to the easier ones first, and then the order of like unlocking the quests in the right order. It's pretty helpful. But when you get to the Grandmasters, Nico, you'll see what I mean. Certain quests are just fucking awful. Like certain quests are like 8 to 12 hours long. And it's not 8 to 12 hours because they you have to wait 8 to 12 hours. It's 8 to 12 hours because there's just a lot of running and talking and steps and just bullshit to deal with. $120, bro, your medallion grind is on point. Hell yeah, mate. Yeah, it's just fucking annoying. One small favor, definitely. Yeah, I think that's the one where you have to run and talk to like 50 different fucking people. That one's not too terrible because most of the people aren't too far apart, I feel like. I think they're all in like one town. But some of them are fucking dreadful. Absolutely fucking dreadful. Like, quests like opening up Prif, right? Like the Prifindus quest line to get into Prif. That kind of sucks. Because I think that's the one that requires you to do like this like beam puzzle and then run through this like maze of trees multiple times and talk to a bunch of different people in a bunch of different places and do a bunch of different tasks for a bunch of different people. That one takes quite a while. Almost, yeah, some of them are just fucking dreadful. And I think there was a couple, I think it's like for the ancient curses and magics, the quest lines for those can get really annoying because it's like, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta go here, you gotta, and then if you fail, you gotta start back over. If you get caught, you gotta do this and that. I don't remember exactly the quest lines for them all, but like some of the quests I just remember being a part of them and I'm just like, I fucking hate this with a passion. Oh, yeah, ancient golems is ridiculous because you need so much accuracy. Yeah, and then you gotta wait for the events to come out so you can get the items or whatever. Yeah. Wait, what's crystals? That one I don't know. Yeah, once you get the yeah, Nico, like I said, like most of the quests you have right now at like a low level aren't gonna be too terrible, I feel like. But once you get like most of your stats finished and you get a lot of those quests completed to unlock the next chains, you're gonna start hitting a lot of grandmasters and you're going to start regretting your choices. It sounds silly, but I promise you're gonna regret ever trying to do quests. They just fucking suck. But at least once they're done, they're done. And when new quests come out, it's very easy just to do the 1, 2 quests that come out as they come out. And you don't have to like worry about anything. It's really nice. It's the hard part about the quest is playing the catch up. Because there's so many quests from when they first came out to now that have been added over the years that it's a lot. A lot of catch up to do. Once you're caught up, it's not too terrible. You got wrecked? Oh no! Did you forget the lube, Tover? Oh, crystal mobs. Got you, got you, got you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that one is hard because you can only do it like at the beginning of every week, right, mate? Because you have to rely upon like a giant spawn to have it for the crystal to spawn or something like that, right? Yeah, I mean, it's not that you'll regret it, because at the end you will have a completion cape, right? Or a quest cape that can lead to a completion cape. And it's a good milestone. Just be like, damn, I got all the unlocks, I got all the locations unlocked, I got all the spills and abilities, and you know, I mean, you get all the benefits from having the quest done, and it's something off the list that you never have to think about anymore, and it's kind of nice. But God, is it annoying? Like for a while there on RS3, I was trying to do one quest a week just to just get through the quests so I could have everything unlocked and done. But I only made it about 40 or 50% through the quest, and I was like, yep, can't do it. I had to take a break. That was like 4 years ago. Glitterbug prayer on, yeah, required me. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So that's the annoying one for you, yeah. I mean, I think you could do a good TD session with where your construction towers are at now and stuff. I think you could probably do a pretty strong TD session. Yeah, I mean, I don't think RS3 is harder to do quests on. I just think that, like, since the game is a lot faster paced and whatnot, and there's like, you know what I mean, like skilling and doing things is simpler, that you'd rather spend time just doing the skills and abilities than you do quests. And old school, since everything's so much slower and methodical and a lot more traveling back and forth from, you know, town to grind location, back to town, back to grind location, over and over again. It's like a lot more traveling. That questing makes a lot more sense. You get like the good locations unlocked and a lot more spells and abilities and quality of life's unlocked. It makes a lot more sense in my opinion, but because like in RS3, I spend most of my time just AFKing at places instead of actually actively playing the game. I spend most of my time just AFKing at certain places just for hours. I never have to leave because I can just I can just straight up AFK for hours, or at least semi AFK for like almost indefinitely. Yeah, exactly, mate. You have so many other things that you're working on. Finding like an hour or two to just fucking run TD for a short while, like for an hour, like because you need like an hour or two to run TD, right? And it's not that you totally need a full hour or two. It depends on where you've saved last, right? Um, but if you haven't saved, you have to run like an hour just to get it to like wave 100, save it, and then maybe like next week or whatever, you know, next day, come back and put another hour in and push it from like 100 to like 130, and then save it again. And like I think that would be your best play, but it makes it tedious, right? Yeah, so especially if mediocrity pops, Topher, where you get the extra warship points. If you ever get a mediocrity day, you want to start fresh. You want to hard focus on the towers because you will get so many more points. Oh yeah, you'll get so many more points from the for the mediocrity procking for warship points that you'll be able to afford way more upgrades and towers in the same time period, especially if you stronger towers as well, so you can spam through it to get even more points. Like we already do. But anyway, yeah, at some points it's definitely, yeah, you're right. It's better to restart and redo it. But for mate specifically right now, I would recommend that he just gets the glitter bug and stuff unlocked with as little effort as possible. Because it wouldn't take him a lot of effort. It just, like you said, finding the time to actually do it is the problem, because he's farming so many other things and he's putting so much other like so much time into so many other aspects of the game. He doesn't have the time to do TD when he's doing so many other things. That's the problem. And that's what I was saying, Nico, is like for old school, doing the quest makes more sense than RS3 because, like you said, you get the teleports, you get the area unlocks, you get so many buffs and benefits for just doing the quests that it makes a lot more sense for you to spend the time doing the quests before you just grind the game. In RS3, you don't need any of that because you have lodestones and stuff and most teleports you can get from other things. You don't need very many quests to get anywhere in the game. Now there are a few items in a few places in the game that you need to unlock via quests, or you need the teleports from a quest and stuff, and that's where those come in handy. But at the end of the day, like majority of the time, it's about just playing the game instead of doing quests. All right, well, we need to go and get some zebras. We'll do that today. Sulfur, squirrel, dry daisy. And then we got the 100 kills, and then we'll come back and do the zebras, which are like down here. And then we'll have our stuff done. Yeah, look at that. We went from like 76, 77%, and we're already at like 10% EXP. So I think we got like 25% XP today, or 30% of a level. And we've done basically nothing. Oh, yeah, you sent me that thing earlier, Tover, and you said to turn the sound on. So give me a second. What'd you send me?
Always make sure you're screwing in the right nut.
Battle died. What in the world?
Oh, no. Always make sure you're screwing in the right nut.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Battle died.
I like how he's just shaking and jittery and he doesn't know what to do.
Oh, no. Always make sure you're screwing in the right nut.
Oh my god. Okay, I just got a hot flash from that. Oh my god. Wow. Holy fuck. Bro, did you see how much it pulled that piece of wood in? Bro, I'm surprised that thing didn't pop. Oh my god, dude. I would have freaked out. You don't want to know, mate. You don't want to know. That looked painful. It was one of the videos Tover posted earlier. Oh my god. Just say a guy almost popped his own nut screwing a board together. That was painful looking. He didn't think that one through, did he? Yeah. He's just wearing fucking like swim trunks, bro. Probably not even wearing underwear or anything, and just like sitting on some like some trusses or whatever. He's screwing them together. Like, what'd you expect, bro? Your balls are just dangling. You got some wangler danglers, man. Pay attention to where your body parts are. flip-flops, bro. That's what I'm saying to like Edge. Like, what the fuck, bro? These people not have like any common sense. Yo, put on some briefs if you're gonna do that. Get them things all tucked up nice and snug. I mean, if you don't want to wear whitey tighties or something, you know, just some briefs at least. Maybe a cup. You know, like one of those baseball cups, football cups. You don't get kicked in the nuts. Stop and tuck those bad boys in. Protect them. Alrighty then. So we are done with all of our farms. So we'll sell everything we got. We'll dump everything off that we can, and then we will get to oh yeah, I needed to do some zebra farm because I ran out of zebras. So we'll go and farm some zebras. I think what we'll do is we'll just spend some time capping out some resources in our town, so we can work on. Since I'm not going to be like actively streaming this game for a while, we can do a bunch of the tokens and stuff without progressing the game. All right, so okay, we want to store these. Look at the rest of these at the other town. We want to be in farm. We want to be in the desert anyway. Oh man. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, so we already saw that we had an upgrade here. AMSIS, okay. Do we know if we can actually upgrade these as well? All right, and then we can sell this. We can sell pretty much all this stuff, but we're gonna keep some of it. All right, so all this can be sold. All this can be sold. And that can be put into storage. Ain't no way. Yo, get out my house. No orphans allowed. So these, and we are good to farm. Very little ketchup. Okay, she's just like, huh? I can smell and see the ketchup. That's funny. That's funny. I guess she just didn't react. I think that's the best part. She's just like, yeah, you're just fucking with me. What's your point? That's funny. Yeah, we're just missing the amulet still, which is fine. We don't have any amulets in here. Alrighty then. So I think what we will do offline too when we're not playing this game is I think we will also try to max level our caravans. Since that was offline anyway. And our fishing. Get fishing to 100, get caravans to 100. And I'll get 75 mining while I'm at it. But it's mostly by just completing the tokens every day to just stockpile them to juice out the account. At least until I decide I don't want to play the game anymore. Okay, so while we have the time too, do you guys just want to do semi AFK and talk about games for Monday? I'm down for that. We can go sit at a rock and we can just AFK. We'll go and do the AFK location we did the other day. And we can just pull up a list of MMORPGs and we can talk about our next game. And maybe do some Fortune Mills. I mean, ESO is definitely on the list, and I know you're very biased against me playing Albion, but I feel like Albion's a good contender for me because yes, I can get absolutely dicked on in those high level PvP zones trying to get the high level stuff to make high level gear and stuff. But it's one of those, it's up my alley in a way for like the crafting and the gathering and stuff. And yes, I'd have to risk PvP zones to die, but as long as I went in with like no gear and was like basically confirming that I was gonna die if there was somebody there, which is what it is, at least I wouldn't lose anything. So my personal opinion about Final Fantasy 14 is I think I would like it, but it wouldn't be a forever game because there's no way I would ever get into the hard mode bosses. I have watched people do the hard mode bosses and I refuse to be part of it. It's too much. The ultimate boss raids are ridiculous. I absolutely refuse. Just watching it hurts my brain, let alone if I had to actually be part of it and to keep up with whatever was going on and memorize that shit. No fucking thank you. Absolutely no thank you. But the professions look cool. The quests look cool. The regular dungeons look pretty cool. I don't know what world stuff they have to do on a daily basis. That looks pretty cool. And yeah, Edge, revisiting Guild Wars 2 is going to probably be on the list as well. A lot of people from New World have transitioned over to Guild Wars 2, so the player base has got a boom. Plus with the sale they have and all the expansions they've done and how it's free up to a certain point and the restructuring of like all the classes and whatnot, all of those things have been a great boom to the population of Guild Wars 2 and the reason why I'd be interested in giving it another shot. I just still feel like even with all those changes, at a certain point I'm going to be looking at the game like, what do I do? Right? Like without getting into weekly rating or like maybe dungeon grinding with you and maybe a third, because I don't remember if dungeons are 3 people or 5 people or 10 people. Like, I don't remember how many people you need to do the dungeons to progress your dungeon gear and stuff, because there was like a dungeon progressional gear system or something back when I played. I don't know how that works anymore. But But unless I had like a group to do that with, I feel like I wouldn't have anything to do other than running around doing world bosses again, and that got really tedious after like a month of doing it. Got really boring. I had a boss timer on one screen, and I would just jump from boss to boss to boss until I've killed all of. Because I think you can only back then you can only get loot from a world boss once a day. So I would do all the world bosses, and then I would just basically, all right, what do I do now? Like I would just get bored, and I would run around and do like certain events around the world for like achievements and stuff, and that was about all I did. It was fun, but it was just lacking. So let's Google MMORPGs. MMORPG.com. Oh, probably not the best website to use because it has so many. Hoping to limit this. Okay, maybe we don't play this because this is like showing me a lot of things that I don't care about. I mean, I'm not opposed to this, but there's way too many. There's 69 pages, giggity. There's like 600, almost 700 games that they're trying to show me. How about we just go with one of these? Top 15 games to play in 2026. How about we just go with a list like this? That sounds promising, right? Elder Scrolls Online. Okay, ESO. For sure. That's one that I would want to do. Video. Yep, already done that. Guild Wars 2, like I said, that's definitely on the list. I've seen and heard about this game, but I wasn't sold on it when I originally heard about it. Yeah, and it's $25. Wait, why not Guild Wars 2? Oh, you want me to play Guild Wars 1? I played Guild Wars 1, God, forever fucking go. And I barely played it because I hated it. Hated it. I don't know if I want to spend $25 on a game. That's another key factor is I don't want to spend money on the game. So Guild Wars 2 I already have some of the expansions and stuff, and it's free. ESO also has a free version of it too. So I mean, both of those are definitely on the list. Dunes Awakening, I don't think I could get into this either. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting, but I don't know how I feel about the open world PvP to gather resources. It's kind of like okay, obviously hypocrite here. I'm okay with doing it in Albion, but why wouldn't I do it in Dunes? Dunes, I feel like it wasn't a game that particularly sang to me. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of PvE, but there's a lot of PvP. But here's the selling factor. $50. Not happening. Not happening. Warframe, okay. Not opposed. It's a different play style. It's different. It's a different change of pace. Never played it. I did like Destiny and I did like First Ascendant until, it sucked dick. But this is an option. That is never going to be an option. I've never played a Fallout. I'm going to be real with you guys. I've never played a single Fallout in my entire life. And this is but it is $40, so I probably wouldn't. I'm not gonna play that either. But this is an option because it is an MMO. Hammer. I mean, I've heard some good things about it. I don't know. Wish it just showed me gameplay. Like this alone reminds me of Borderlands. I don't know why. It just gives me Borderlands vibes. Hey, look what it is. It's our old friend. Bro, it's such a double-edged sword. I do like this game, but I hate how much PvP is required for it and how gear focused the PvP is. Okay, not opposed to this either because they have a lot of solo content now. All the raids are soloable and they have a solo version. I do love this game. And I'm not sure if they fixed the inability to 100% complete the achievements in the game, but I was making very good progress on this game to 100% completion. I do like this game. Both of these games I do like. Albion for sure, and that's free to play, right? Yeah, free. Okay. Okay, free to play. So that is another one that's definitely going to be on the list. Now, Destiny 2, I'm not going to go back to this one. I know they've had a lot added to it, and they just released, I think, the last expansion for it. But I'm not spending all that money on a bunch of expansions to actually play the whole content, especially if I'm not going to get into raids and stuff. Not really worth it. Genshin Impact, never played. Don't know if I really want to play an anime-based kind of game. PoE 1 and 2. Fuck 2. 2 can suck a dick. 2 shouldn't be on this list. 2 shouldn't fucking exist. Go and suck it. Fuck you, 2. Fuck you. Hate you. Hate you. Hate 2. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. One day I'll like it. But for now, you can quote me. Fuck you. Dual barrel roll. Dual barrel roll. Dual barrel roll. Attack once. Dual barrel roll. Dual barrel roll. Bro. Fuck that game. Neverwinter. Bro, I have not thought about this game. Is it even still a thing? Why is this one down here? Because you can play this for free up to the most recent content without needing a subscription, correct? Okay, so it's kind of like Lord of the Rings Online, but you have to have the membership to play the most current stuff. I don't know. I think it's further than 60 now, Tover. I'll look it up.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck.
Yo, mate,
right
thanks
now.
for that. Alright, I do have water. Okay. I would almost say RuneScape wouldn't be a bad option. Because I already have the membership. I feel like this is an option. But I also feel like RuneScape kind of blows for streaming purposes. Because unless you're very talkative or you have a lot of active stuff that you can do on stream while you're AFKing and mining and doing things like that, I feel like it can be a very boring thing. But what we could do, if we did decide to do something like old school RuneScape or even RS3, we could play like Eidolon on the side, right? So have RuneScape main screen, have a small little window for like Eidolon or Mills or whatever, and we could be playing those on the side in between while we're chatting. Like, that's a possibility. Not opposed to that. Fuck World of Warcraft. If they bring back, if they bring in Classic Plus, 100% down. You know, Tover, once again, not really opposed to EVE Online, but I think it would never happen because how open world PvP it is. People literally join the stream just to try and hunt me down and kill me. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh. All right. Bro, you know that feeling when you really have to pee and you run to the bathroom and you are wearing like sweatpants or something and you have them tied and you go to untie them so you can take a piss and then it ties into a knot and you can't undo them and you're fucking sitting there, oh, gotta get this fucking knot undone, I gotta piss so goddamn, you know, one of those fucking things, bro. Oh my god, I'm a fucking conniption. Isn't that Fantasy Online or something like that cover? PSO2? Is this what they're talking about for Neverwinter? I haven't played Neverwinter in 10 years. Fantasy Star, like, yeah, something like that, yeah. I've seen that. I think it was on my library for a while there. Yeah, this looks kind of, I mean, graphically speaking, it looks terrible, but I don't think graphics to me don't matter all that much. I just don't know how I feel about it. I'm not hating the idea, but it's not really singing to me. Because my thing is, like, it's this old, it's an MMORPG, and it's free. So what kind of pay-to-win bullshit is in this game that keeps it alive? So not this one. For some reason, that one's in my library. I don't ever remember adding that one. Why is everything New Genesis? Well, I don't see a non-New Genesis, so that's not happening. Yeah, have you not played it? Ragnarok Online? The second one? Have you not played this? I did. It was cool, but it sucked. Yeah, 60 minutes. Played 60 minutes and turned it off. I have 7 hours in Ragnarok. Ulna online. What the fuck is this? Bro, honestly, looking at this Topher once hurts my soul. I'd rather play MMORPG. It's actually my favorites. What's that other one called? Yeah, RPG MMO. I'd rather play this. I'd just rather play this. This has everything in a game you would want. It just looks terrible. All right, so I do want to look at Final Fantasy 14 really quick because I'm pretty sure you can play all but the most recent content for free. And I'm pretty sure that's pretty far. I think that's a ton of content. So we're halfway to 69. Let's go. Giggity. Yo, Edge, last night I did like an hour of PvE grinding on those mobs, trying to get the last couple level 75 pieces I was missing. So I was missing a ring, an amulet, and a pair of bracers. Couldn't get the earring, but I got the rest of it. I got 9 pets in an hour. You know how I got cucked the last 2 times we farmed for like hours? It made up for it in that 1 hour. Just like it averaged it out. It's crazy. All right, so we are gonna make a list. All right. So we currently have, starting at the top, we currently have ESO. Nope, that's not what I want to do. We currently have Guild Wars 2. And we had Warframe. We had... Okay, I'm not going to put Throne of Liberty or Lost Ark on there. I do want to revisit those, but we can always wait. I don't think I want to try Genshin. Not right now, at least. I don't think so. Fuck PoE 2. And then I wanted to check out Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 does not have a traditional limited time free-to-play model. Instead, it offers a massively generous free trial with unlimited playtime. You can play through the base game in the first 4 expansions up to level 80 for absolutely free. This trial gives you access to hundreds of hours of award-winning RPG. All right. So what is max level then? You level 100. Let's go, Thor. Huge. Oh yeah, that's another one. I haven't tried that one yet. There's some on my list that I have to add. That is actually in my my Steam list. Edge. So base game, and it says the first 4, but it only shows 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Why say 4 if there's only gonna name off 3? Anyway, 8 players total with 1 per world. That kind of sucks. So I have to be specific on what character I'm gonna play. That kind of blows. That's fine. Can't trade other players or use the market. Perfect. Fucking Iron Man, boys. Let's go. Can't send private messages. That's actually hilarious. Dark Eden, huh? Interesting. You can't do Party Finder or create parties. But you can Dungeon Find. Okay. Create or can join or create a free company? What? Go fuck yourself. Where's my rage and his bitches? Rage and his bitches. All right, so I'll definitely put this on the list. What is max level? 100. Okay. I am curious. Yeah, so this is the free trial. Starter edition is $20. What does it give you? What does the starter edition give you? Doesn't even tell you. No, I mean I get it, Thor. Like paying a membership to have access to the newest content makes sense. I just don't like that you can't create a guild on a trial account for like trial players. The rest of it I'm fine with. Is this Cyberpunk? I don't know what this is. That looks crazy, whatever the fuck you just sent me. Is that Dark Eden that you sent me? I'm just curious, what is the starter edition for $20? And then $60 to get the most recent DLC, I'm assuming. Since they give you the first 4 for free, and then I'm assuming this is the most up to date DLC. Yeah, that's the most recent. Okay. So it's $60 to get the most recent, and then you have to have a membership going forward. I'm assuming. Thank you for that. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I think I've seen commercials for a game just like this. I don't know anything about what I'm looking at here, but when you see the hot chicks popping up on your screen in a second here, these things, the vampire, and it's just boobs, more boobs. Like it just made me laugh. Like boobs. Was it? What exactly do you do? Is it just an MMORPG? Interesting. But like obviously I don't know if these are players or if those are combatable NPCs. I can't tell. I can't tell if those are like combat NPCs or if those are actually players. Oh, so there's only 3 classes? Yeah, like this. What the fuck am I looking at? I don't know what I'm looking at here. Oh, the 3 races. Got you. And they have different classes. I mean, that's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. No longer available on Steam Store? Bro. How you do me like that? Why you do me like that? Alright, so this is what I have on my list right now. So we do have ESO, which we put on a list. Like I said, I'm not gonna do this one, but this is a game I've always wanted to get interested in. This one, I think this is the one I did like Topher, but the crafting was kind of dog water. This was a cool game, but not gonna get into that. Same thing with this one. Oh, we can always go back and finish New World. I'm not opposed to that either. Yeah, and then there was Where Winds Meet. That was recommended to me. People said it was pretty good. Finish New World, quote unquote. Um, Add this to our favorite list. Did this game get removed? I think you said this one got removed, didn't it? What the fuck? No, I've not heard of that Thor. I've never played this. I don't even know how it ended up on my list. You know, I was tempted to try this a long time ago. I just heard so many bad things about it. I just never tried it. Hey, they did do an update in June though. Steve McDonald's ads? Bro, there ain't no way. Ain't no way we're gonna be looking up at the sky for commercials, bro. That means I had to be outside. That's hilarious. Ugh. I can't see any other ones on this that I haven't played yet, or that were like intended to be played for later. I think Whirlwind's Meet was the only one. All right. So with that, let's see what other options we have. How about we just go to Steam and see what Steam has? I'm so down for games like this, but I'm not spending money on like something like that. Isn't it like this, bro? Isn't this like a terrible ass fucking game for like $30 fucking dollars? I heard that was like fucking dreadful. The fuck is Warborn? Okay, that doesn't look fun. What up, Boop? Alright, see you when you get back to over. Alright, so Destiny 2 not happening. Path of Exiles can suck it. Destiny 2, no. Destiny 2, no. Elder Scrolls, Where Meets, Final Fantasy 14. Oh yeah, there's this. Star Wars The Old Republic. I mean, maybe. I know it's old. But it looked cool. Lost Ark. Black Desert. TC Universe, that's still a thing? Bro, that came out so long ago. They got a Star Trek version of online? Jesus. I was never really a Star Wars or Star Trek fan, honestly. I mean, more Star Wars than Star Trek, but what is this? What's Soul Land? Bro, you could fly on a sword? $11 ads in a row? Jeez, they're making up for never showing you ads. I have no fucking idea what we're looking at here. Now, the real question is, of all these games on the list, are any of them actually worth streaming? Oh, you're not gonna lie, the combat looks pretty slick. University ads? Oh my god. I mean, the combat looks pretty fluid, consistent. Pretty interesting, flashy. The fact that that guy just flies in the air is kind of hilarious. Not gonna lie. Yo, Idolon, let's go. It was called Soul Land. I've never heard of it. I'm gonna take Star Wars off this list because I don't know, just not really feeling a game like that. Same thing with Genshin. I wasn't really feeling Genshin either. Yeah, I've never heard of this one. It says it came out in June of 2026, like the beginning of June. got mixed reviews and whatnot. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. Action RPG, MMORPG, action adventure, 3D fighter. I mean, it looked like the combat looks interesting, but the rest of it just seemed kind of weird. I have no idea what this. Oh, this is a DLC. World of Sea Battles. Yo, Edge. Got a winner for you. Yeah, I know, Thor. It sounds interesting. I just don't know if it's going to be free to play or membership or box price or whatnot. What the fuck is going on here? This looks kind of cool. This looks pretty cool. PvP and PvE. Change the economy and gate. This sounds pretty cool. This game is a lot different than our normal play. But this looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie. You know, this is always popping up for me, and I'm just like, I don't know if I can bring myself to playing it. T6 flag, let's go! Oh, I need to take off like DLCs. Is there a way to just remove DLCs from this list? So annoying. PAX DX, suck a dick, bitch. Hitcraft, still $16. Go suck a dick. Blade and Soul, yo, that's a. Did they bring it back? Yo, okay. Blade and Soul looked sick back in the day. Okay, the animation there was pretty bad, not gonna lie. What's the difference between Neo and Live, Pip? I don't care if it's dead. If I can play it, I'll play it. I don't mind playing a dead game as long as it's still playable. Okay, they didn't really give anything interesting to see. We could always revisit Lord of the Rings as well. Guild Wars Reforged. Yeah, this is the Guild Wars 1, right? They brought it back. They reforged it. There's no goddamn way. Hell no. Stallcraft? What the fuck is... I'm not even gonna look at it. $25, not gonna try that. Throne of Desire. Do I even want to know? Do I even want to look at this? Don't even want to click the button to look at it. The name itself makes me not want to even, like, no, it just makes me not even want to look at it. Bro, I haven't heard anything about Dungeons and Dragons Online since release. I tried this when it first came out, and it was pretty annoying. Rise of Birds? What the fuck is this? Rise of Eros. Couldn't even read that. Sexual content. Okay. Hentai. Okay. Why is this even on our list, bro? Why? What? I'm kind of curious on this other one. Sexual content, nudity, hentai. Why are these on the list? What do you mean P game? Never heard that. What's this one? Sword play, free to play, PvP, medieval, mass multiplayer. Okay, I probably won't like that. Blue Protocol, suck a dick. Bro, don't want to. Vendigus, bro, I haven't played this in a hot minute either. Is this any good anymore? It was. I never got past like level 10 or 15 in this game back in the day, but it always interested in me because the combat looked good. Oh, porn game. Got you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not about that. They make websites for that. I don't need to play a video game for that. What am I even looking at here? This doesn't showcase the game at all. This is just showing you a wizard. Give me a video of the actual gameplay or something. Not just you casting a bunch of skills on a wizard. Like, that doesn't tell me anything. It shows me nothing. Maple Story M. Mostly negative. What? I don't understand what M is. Yeah, that sucks. Inner Spire was actually cool. It needed cook time. It like yeah, released in June. Um that seems wrong. Didn't this release before that, or did they full release it in June? I played this way before that. It was just missing a lot of content. Uh, fuck murder shows. Legend of a Mirror, mostly negative. Cool. It looks cool. Yeah, you got like Odin and the mythological people. That's pretty cool. I don't hate that. It doesn't look terrible, but I'm curious on why it's mostly negative reviews. Oh, that kind of combat? That sounds terrible. I mean, that's probably only for like specific encounters that you have to deal with that. Graphically speaking, it looks pretty cool. I would not. Oh, that would suck. Trying to guesstimate where you're gonna drop down and land. That would be fucking annoying as absolute all hell. Yeah, I mean, like this stuff looks sick cinematically. Combat doesn't look terrible. I'm curious on why it's so negative. Is this not what you actually end up with when you're in the game? I don't understand why this is so bad. I heard good and bad things about this game. Bro, this is an old fucking game. Yo, MU Dark Epoch. Yo, Hoper, let's go. I have not, not at least yet. What the hell is this? Torum Online? I don't even know what the fuck this is, and somehow in my library. There any games I've missed that I should put on the list that you guys can think of? Some of these do look cool though. Oh, okay, thanks, Thor. Yeah, I'm not a huge Rift fan, never was. I've played it a handful of times and just never really held my interest.
The day the dragons came.
It never really like stuck with me, you know what I mean? Like it was a cool idea when it came out and I played it for a while. I got so bored of it so quickly. Like I'm looking for one of two things right now. I'm looking for either something that I can like just like turn my brain off, right? And kind of just like smash for like a week or two, just to, like palate cleanse myself, right? Or something I can like super sink my teeth into. It's like so something either super basic and just simplistic and easy that's not meant to like hold my attention for very long, just something very quick and enjoyable, or something I can super sink my teeth into and grind its ass off, right? Which is why, like, right now we have ESO, Guild Wars 2, Warframe, Albion Online, going back to New World, and Where Winds Meet. I feel like Where Winds Meet, for me, is just like that quick action, just instant gratification type of game. Or the other ones are like, just sink my teeth in and put a huge amount of effort into them. I mean, it doesn't have to be multiplayer per se, Thor, but I want it to be at least like co-op or something. So I can play with people if I want to, or you know, if it arises. Like it doesn't have to be a single player game. I mean, it could be a single player game in theory. I just don't really like playing single player games. It's not that they're good, like bad, like Dark Souls and stuff like that. I've just never been a fan of those games because the reason I like playing games is for like the professions and the grind and the consistency of like you know doing rotations and gathering materials and leveling my stuff up and you know what I mean, like that kind of things, helping other people out as well by either giving them free stuff or helping them do a dungeon or whatever. Like that's kind of like what I'm looking towards, you know. And you're not wrong, a palate cleanser, a single player game is a great palate cleanser. It's just I can't think like there's like I've played a couple, like this one was pretty cool, but like I'm not like I don't know. I feel like single player just isn't really up my alley all that much. I like how 7 Days to Die is on the single player list. How's Albion on the single player list? How? They're MMOs. Among Us, MMO. They don't know what a fucking single player game is. This could be cool. Yeah, Hades, that one looked kind of cool as well. Like, I mean, I could always play like Mega Bonk and things like that. It's just, I want to stream a game starting Monday. It's a new game, new experience, new collection. You know, new series on their on the YouTube or whatever. That's just like a playthrough of another game. And if, like I said, if it's just a palate cleanser, it's a palate cleanser. If it's, you know what I mean? If it's just a game that I know I'm not gonna really enjoy, it's fine. It's just I need something new. it just, it's got to interest me is the problem, right? And obviously there's a lot of games that kind of fit that. Well, this website has a lot to offer, like list wise. Let's pull this up. So, World of Tanks, Neverness of Everness. That's just a weird fucking name. Throne of Liberty, PUBG, Game of Thrones. Hey, I like Game of Thrones. I don't know what the hell this is, but this sounds cool. Black Desert, Enlisted, no idea. Crossout, no idea. Crystal Saga, never heard of it. Uh, everyone. Oh, that's an ad. Okay. World of Tanks, Where Wind Meets Sea Battle. World of Sea Battle. This one I saw. I wasn't sure if I should add it or not. It looks cool. Hell yeah, we've played Genshin. I don't think I'm gonna put on the list. Uh, None of those. That's the Warframe's on the list. Guild War 2 is on the list. Um, Phantasy Star Heart 2. Like this is the one we talked about, but I didn't see it on Steam, so it's not happening. Albion's on the list. I don't think I think I'm gonna try to not put this one on the list. I wasn't a huge fan of this when I last played it. So Dungeons and Dragons Online, I don't think I can subject myself to that again. Upright Shores, no. Halo Infinite. So these have a lot of games, gun stuff as well. The Protocol was pretty bad. Raven 2, I don't remember. I think I saw something about this. Actually, I think I did play that, and it was just like one of those auto-based games. Those auto, like, foreign games. I just kind of sounded bad. Inner Spire, I'm pretty sure I tried. Defiance, I remember this from somewhere. I don't know why this sounds familiar. This sounds cool, theory. But is this one of those auto battlers again, I think? Like, I'm not opposed to an auto battler, but it's not very inspiring. Once Human is a game I never played. Open world, kind of looter, shooter, base builder, kind of interesting thing. I don't like Destiny 2, I feel like. Fuck Raven Dawn. They pissed me off. They never brought out the Iron Man playthrough that they said they would. So I can't trust a company, or I won't play a company I can't trust. If you're gonna do a vote and people are gonna say, yes, we'd like to see you to put an Iron Man playthrough or official Iron Man into your game, and they stated, hey, here's the results of our, our votes, blah, blah, blah. We will implement these in the next upcoming patches. And years later, they still don't have an Iron Man playthrough. So they can suck it. Like, go fuck yourself. I stopped playing that game because they said they were going to give us an Iron Man playthrough, and I didn't want to replay my content. I was really invested into that game. I really liked it. $20 million ladles? Anime GTA? That sounds pretty cool. Just never heard of it. Alright, well, I'm not seeing any other games to try to add to the list. Like I said, I'm more or less looking for an MMO Thor. It doesn't have to be, but I'm leaning more towards something I can sink my teeth into rather than just a one-off palate cleansing kind of 1 or 2 day kind of game. Because I play enough of those off stream that I kind of, for stream purposes, I want something I can sink my teeth into, which is why I'm leaning more towards just a straight up MMO. And I'm not seeing very many that I don't have to pay for. I'm looking for like a free to play or a cheap one where it's like relatively either like $5 or $10 or something. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Yeah, like a couple dollars, as long as it's like under $10, and I feel like I'm gonna get my $10 out of it, I'd be down for it. But anything else, like if it's more expensive than that, I'm not gonna be interested. Or if it was like a monthly subscription, which is why I'm okay with playing like Final Fantasy 14 up to its free capacity. Same thing with like Guild Wars 2 and stuff. But it's something I want to sink my teeth into, and the problem is like some of the stuff I know if I sink my teeth in, it's missing. It's missing like professions, you know, it's missing, you know, in-game content because I'm playing a free version and I can't access like the in-game raids and stuff. So there's like a lot of missing content from some of them. I know there's a limitation to it. Cabal Online. I remember trying to play this when I was young, and I had to play in the foreign servers, and it was so laggy, it was impossible to actually complete the quest chain. Because one of the quests in the quest chain needed me to do like a combo, to build up my combo to use an ultimate skill, and I couldn't combo because my lag was too bad. The abilities wouldn't combo. There was too much of a delay. It was a really cool skill game though. Like I enjoyed the aesthetics of the combat. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on these lists. So does anybody else have anything we should look at to see if we want to add it? Because like World of what was it? What was that Sea Battles game? That looked cool. But I feel like that would be a game that I wouldn't be able to super sink my teeth into. Because that one sings to me that I'd play it for a little while and then I'd just be kind of bored of it. And that's what I'd be worried about with like that one. But like Where Winds Meet, like I feel like that one is in the same boat. I feel like yeah, I'd level up, yeah, I'd do some stuff, and yeah, there's group content and stuff. But I feel like, did they even have professions or anything to grind? Like I don't even know what there is to do in a game like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, at the same time, too, Thor, it doesn't have to be new. It just has to be something I never played all that much, and I never experienced, like Lord of the Rings Online, I never really played it, right? Or like Vindicus, I never really played it. It needs to be something like that, or just in general, I've never played it. I want something that I've either hardly touched at all or I've never touched that has stuff to do. I don't want it to be just oh, you level up and you PvP. Or all you do is run dungeons all day. Or I want something that has a little more bite to it. Something I can grind some professions. Something I can do multiple different things. I can go do sea content. I can do dungeon content. I can grind professions. I can, you know, do X, do Y, do Z. So the one I was thinking about was Sea Battles. Was it World of Sea Battles? This one looked cool. Yeah, I feel like Where Winds Meet is more like in my opinion, it's more like a Dark Souls kind of playthrough where it's like all exploration and quests and progression. It's not so much profession based. And that's why I was saying, Thor, is I feel like it would be like a quick one, like a 1 week, maybe 2 week kind of palate cleansing. Nothing that I super sink my teeth into. It'd be all about just exploration and combat grinding. And it'd be fun, it'd be enjoyable, but it wouldn't be something long term. I would go into it knowing it was like a short term game. But this, like you see right here, it's like there's like progression to different boats and mastery, it looks like, of different boats with different stats and abilities and stuff. Yeah, so they have like collection information and stats and stuff probably. Where you collect certain items and materials and find certain things and complete certain quests to get certain boosts. This would be a cool game. I think this would be a cool game in a group. Like if me and Edge grouped up to play a game like this, if he'd be interested, because you know how much he played Sea of Thieves and now hates it because he's just so burnt out on it. I don't know if he would actually enjoy this. Maybe he would. I don't know. Like, this looks cool. That I think this is cool, but I think it's very one dimensional again. You just get in a ship, you go and do quests, you go and do missions, you grind out some EXP on boats, you unlock new boats. It's like kind of that progression, but that's all there is to it. And then it's PvP, right? You get bigger and better boats to do PvP basically. It's what it feels like. Kind of like Sea of Thieves style. I feel like a game like that for me is very one dimensional and very boring very quickly, and I would lose interest in it, but it looks interesting and cool. Like aesthetically looking at the different boats and like the combat and just it just looks pleasing. How you can like build your ships and customize it and do it looks like you could build like docks and ships and stuff. Like that's pretty cool. Oh. All right, so as it stands, these are the games that are on our list. We have Albion, because that is heavy profession based, a lot of like grinding and obtaining of gear, and there's some PvP and stuff like that. So that's gonna happen. So this is kind of up our alley. Elder Scrolls Online, kind of the same thing. A lot more PvE content, I think, than Albion does, but I don't know how the professions work in this. Some PvP. I mean, the majority of the end game is PvP. Yes, Finn. But I'm just saying I can avoid most PvP if I don't want to do it. Yes, I'm alienating a portion of the game, but I'm not forced to do the PvP unless I want to do the end game like resource gathering or world boss areas and stuff like that. I could play most of the game without actually engaging in PvP if I wanted to. Yeah, I Neverwinter was on the list, but I played that a long. It was one of the games I barely touched, but I looked at it and it looked very lacking. Yeah, and that's the thing, Pip, is like if you want to like high end craft materials and you got to get those materials or whatever, you have to go to the PvP zones. And if someone's there camping it, right, they just kill you and you know you drop all your shit. But with that in mind, if you know you're going to a place like that, you go with just the tool on your back and grab what you can and leave, right? Because you're going in knowing you're gonna die. Because if you go in with all profession gear on, you're not going to be able to fight someone full PvP, right? Someone decked out for full PvP, especially if they're in a group or something, you know you're not going to win even if you're in full, your full profession gear. So you go in naked. So if you do die, because you know you're going to, you don't lose much of anything. That's what I've heard from like other players that have played the game, and it's tedious and annoying. But you can sneak in, you can grab some stuff, and you can sneak out a lot of times. But sometimes you can't. It is what it is. All right. I'm curious on the professions in Elder Scrolls. So they have. Okay, why is. Okay, that was annoying. Okay, so it looks like they have alchemy, blacksmithing, clothier, okay, light armor and medium armor, okay, enchanting, jewel crafting, provisioning, which is probably food, woodworking, and antiquity. Okay, interesting. They do have some professions. That's interesting. So I think Elder Scrolls is kind of up our alley. I don't know how viable or worth the professions are to do. That would be kind of like a crux portion of it. But then we have Warframe. I took it off my list. Hold on. Warframe has always kind of been on the list. I've never tried it. I do know that this one is probably a short-term game as well. Because yes, there's a lot to grind and unlock and progress, but it's just a dungeon grinder. I feel like zone grinder, dungeon grinder. There's no like quote unquote professions from my understanding. Yeah, no traditional rigid professions. Instead, the game over 60 distinct warframes, including character suits, blah blah blah. Yeah, so it's just like First Ascendant, where you grind materials and mats to craft and build better suits, armors, weapons, upgrades, so on and so forth. So, as I said, I feel like this is a short term. All right, Topher, we're having conversations here, and you left us. I know you need to go to bed though, so I don't mind if you leave. We also have Guild Wars 2 again. We can always jump back into Guild Wars 2. And relearn what we missed and progress that a little bit more. I just know Guild Wars 2's professions always sucked. Or at least they just felt very unrewarding. Obviously finishing up our New World grind. We already love New World. And then Where Winds Meet. Those are the games on our list currently. Yeah, so Where Winds Meet doesn't really, I mean, has something like Thor said, it's different, but it has something corresponding to a profession, but it's different. What do you mean no ESO? It was the first thing it was on the list up here. We talked about that already, but you were gone. No, it's over. The reason I say it's a short-term grind is because a game like that, even though there's a ton of things to unlock, gets very boring, just like First Ascendant. When I'm sitting there grinding the same dungeon, the same unique mob for days on end to get a specific drop or material to craft a specific suit or armor or something, I can only do that for so long. Like, not terrible. I mean, I can do it for a while, but I feel like if my goal is purely just to get a best in setup to grind something specific, and once I've grinded it up and I've got it acquired, I'm just like, okay, that was cool. Now what? Right? It's one of those things. Just like First Ascendant was. It was fun, it was enjoyable. I had fun playing it and grinding up for a little while and unlocking some stuff, but it loses its copium pretty quick, right? But that's why I'm like leaning more towards something like Albion with lots of professions, Elder Scrolls with lots of professions, New World, lots of profession stuff. Something I can sink my teeth into to grind professions, to craft things and to upgrade things and to make myself stronger if I'm trying to play like an Ironman playthrough. Even like Guild Wars 2 has potential if I have people to play with, because then I can like group up and do dungeons with people and like progressionally increase my dungeon armors, if that's even still a thing anymore. But like Where Winds Meet and Warframe, I feel like, and even possibly Guild Wars 2 feels like a short term kind of game for me, because I know after so much, like after X amount of grind, I'm just gonna get bored of it. Only one that makes my blood boil. So that's what's on our list right now. If anybody else has any other recommendations we should look at, let me know. Like I said, ESO, Guild Wars 2, Warframe, Albion, New World, finishing up our Iron Man playthrough, and Where Winds Meet are currently the 6 on the list. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a repeatable. I'm just saying that type of a game though, Thor, it would lose its enthusiasm quickly. Even though I'm like pushing through the game, doing different quests in different areas, doing different things to get better bonuses, it would lose its appeal after a shorter while of time than something that I can occasionally change what I'm doing, right? I don't have to go out in combat. I can go out and gather herbs if I want, right? And make potions. Or I can go out and gather foods and materials and craft foods or make armors and weapons. I can change it up in other games. Knowing Where Winds Meet all it has, like from what I saw, it had like a scholar and a healer where you can cure things and talk to NPCs and do certain things. That just seemed very meh, because at the same time, and at that point it's just combat grinding, just like what like how Warframe would be, or First Ascendant. It's just all about going out, killing mobs, and interacting with certain people to do certain interactables and gathering materials to do X, Y, or Z. Like, it just seems kind of one dimensional and, like I said, fun, cool, interesting, but losing its like steam pretty quickly. Yeah, that's the thing too, though. It's like you play it for a while and then something else grabs your attention, and that's what I mean by a short term. Is it would be fun and I would enjoy doing it for a while, but the longer I played it, the less enjoyable it would be, which means other games would appeal to me more readily, and it would draw my attention away from the game because my enjoyment in the game has lowered to the point where the other game interests me enough to pull me away. And that's why I say these games are short term for me. It's not that I can't always come back to them and continue the grind and continue progressing it. It's just I wouldn't stick with it for too long because another game would draw my interest over logging back into that game. Right? That's what I mean by short term. So I'm not sure. Like I said, Tover, there was only one other game that piqued my interest, which was this, and it kind of falls in line with Where Wind Meets and Warframe, where it's kind of one dimensional, but it looked interesting. WWW? Are you talking about WWM? Where Wind Meets? Yeah, so this would be a short one too. Like it does have this, Topher, where it's like you progress the boats, and it looks like there's like an EXP bar for them or something, where you can progress to different tiers of boats in different categories. Then they have the premium boats and stuff down here, and there's PvP and PvE. So it looks like it would be cool, but yeah. Like I said, this is where we're at right now. This is like the 6 games that I've kind of put on the list that I thought would be cool. I did think it was weird that one game said it came out like last week or something, but I know we've played it. The Eater Spire game's over. I know we played it, but it says it came out. It was released June. We played it a while ago. Why is it not on my list anymore? This game. It says it's in my library, but I couldn't find it. It says this came out June 4th. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it went full release. Oh, out of early access. Okay. Yeah, they finally full released. I couldn't find it. Oh, it's because it's up here. Yeah, I put 10 hours into it. Last played January 1st. So I was like, bro, there ain't no goddamn way that this thing is just now released. I thought this game was cool. I just thought it was lacking a lot, right? They did a major update here with more trials and stuff, but they don't have enough professions. And the professions they do have don't have any impact. But this game was cool. I didn't hate this game. I thought it was just lacking. It needed cook time, right? But anyway, does anybody have anything else to add? Because like Black Desert would be a very short-term thing. I played way too much of it. And I wouldn't be combat grinding, I'd just be profession grinding and chatting the whole time. Oh yeah, Tover, I saw a couple MU games on the list too, but I was like, yo, let's go, Tover. Gotta do an MU game to play. Auto-clicking Minehead, bro. Fuck Minehead. Minehead could suck it. Anyway, I'm gonna post that list, guys, to the announcements. And I think what I'll do is I'll just attach an emote to like each game, and you guys can just click on whatever emote you guys want to vote for it. But if you guys have another game recommendation, just throw it in the general and at me with it. And I think Monday, when it comes around, we'll take a look at what people have to say, and we'll make our decision on Monday. It's kind of like whatever my gut feels. Like, I'll take what you guys like vote into consideration, but then I'll just whatever I'm feeling, I'll just jump into. But all right, Topher, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry you stayed up so late. I'll see you Monday. If you need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord, as always. See you, man. Talk to you later. So, of those 6 games, from the people that are still chilling, what games do you think would be more enjoyable for me? Like, which games do you guys think I would like to play more than the others? Let's put these in order, actually. Put that one. I don't even know if anybody can use that one. I should probably change that one. Hey, Thor, can you do me a favor in Discord? Can you react to the emote with the squirrel? And tell me if you can actually react to that one using it. I'm not 100% if you can actually use that one. Unless you guys like follow Edge or something. Okay, you can? Okay, sweet, thanks. Appreciate it. Alright. So there's that. Alright, so with all that in mind, I think we're just gonna, we only got a little bit of time left, so I think that took up most of the time. We will just play Fortune Mills for a little while we chill and gather iron. I wanted to go and do zebras, but fuck it. I'll just do that when I need to off stream. Alrighty then. Anyway, we can just chat for the next like 20-30 minutes if you guys want. I haven't checked freaking Eidolon in a handful of days either. Got a little bit of a time before since I've done that. Oh. Okay, seriously? You? Thank you. Jesus Christ. Alright, I think we need to juice out our Gatling gun at this point. We need more passive income, so we don't have to pay that much attention to it. Gonna go lay down for the entire day. Let's go. Hopefully you're feeling all right. I know you've been like busy dealing with things and stuff, so hopefully all that's in an okay position for you. Hope you've been doing well. I know it's been a while since we chatted, so I do appreciate you being here and hanging out with us. $100 per minute. Not terrible, not good. We do need more bullseyes though, because we need to get our multiplier up again. Blade and Soul. Interesting. If that's what that is. I'm assuming it's Blade and Soul. Oh, Lith and stuff. Gotcha. Yeah. Yep. I know exactly how you feel. Like, bro, when you go and lift stuff for a while, like, especially when you don't do it often, it can be very taxing on the body. What do we got? Another 20 mil. Like, we can get to the next zone pretty easily. We could just... I think we just farm here and get to the next zone. And then just let the darts kind of AFK progress us for us while we're in the next zone. One of these days we got to get into the lethal mode. Try and complete the lethal mode too. I do got to make something before I get into my workout too. Problem is I don't like eating like a protein food like, you know, tuna or chicken right before a workout because it's slower to digest than carbs. It takes a lot longer for the energy to get to me. But I don't really have any like easy carb, I wouldn't say snacks, but like small meals. Jesus, why would you carry it? Like, what the hell? First off, what's a garden game? And why does it weigh so much? That's crazy. Like, are we talking about like cornhole or something like that? Where it's like these wooden pallet things that you have to like throw beanbags into? Ladder golf game? I've never heard of that. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's heavy. I mean, not like abnormally heavy, but it's pretty heavy to carry for that distance. But yeah, I can see you being sore from that. That's rough. That's definitely rough. Whew, sorry. Oh yeah, we gotta. So I've been giving my upper body a little bit of a rest from working out because I think I got a pinched nerve in my neck or something, or my middle of my back, because I've had this pain radiating from like the base of my skull, like my across my trapeze, into my elbow. It's like this thing, and I can't get away, driving me up the fucking wall. So I've been trying to avoid like holding heavy weights in my arms or picking things up. Oh, you move those on Wednesday, bro. The problem is like you don't hurt that day usually, and you don't typically hurt the next day. It's the second day that really fucks you. Like 36 hours later, it really hits you. Unless you like do some active recovery, like the next like day or two after, like you're gonna just be in pain. Oh yeah, those yeah, the bro, the umbrella stands are so heavy. All right, so we can move on. All right, on to stage 2. Let these guys AFK, whatever they're doing. Gather gold every once in a while. Yeah, like I said, Thor. So if you're in pain, depending on what kind of pain it is, it's better to do active rest or active recovery than it is to just lay and rest. Because it could be lactic acid buildup and things like that inside the, your muscles. That the only way to alleviate that reliably and in a safe manner is truly just to lightly work those muscles out again. That makes sense. Versus just lounging and doing nothing. So, like if your legs hurt, doing a couple squats, little lunges, some stretching. If it's your back, doing some like back extensions, doing a little walking in place, like marching in place and stuff like that. A couple push-ups, things that are like work the body, get the blood flowing, but not like actually doing a workout. It's like light stuff. Like not like a full push-up, but like assisted push-ups where you're like at an angle, and you only do like 5 or 6 of them. Just kind of get the blood flowing, get the the oxygen to the arms, trying to get the negative stuff, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but getting the bad stuff out of the muscle groups so they can actually recover. Jake, stop scratching shit. So annoying. Yeah, so that's the thing. If it's just your shoulders and your arms, like I said, yeah, like some elevated push-ups would really help. Because when you do elevated push-ups, it does like a lot of your shoulders and a little bit of your triceps and stuff. If it's biceps, curl something a few times. It's like I said, it's called active recovery because you don't really do a workout, but you do like light exercises to flush the, I don't remember, it's lactic acids and stuff like that out of your muscles, because that's what's causing the soreness and the pain. So I would suggest doing that, a couple times. You do it now and then you do it like later today, and you do that a couple, like today and tomorrow, and it should make you feel a lot better over the course of the, basically it speeds up the recovery and makes you less sore and painful and so on. It's just worth doing for sure. Like an elevated push-up. Okay, elevated is the wrong word. This one. So like you lean like either up against a wall or like a countertop or something, and you do these push-ups. Not this one, but this one. It's like an assisted push-up, right? You do these specifically. It works almost all shoulders. And it really helps. Like I said, if your shoulders are what's hurting you, this is an easy one to do. You don't want to do this. Literally, if you have any type of like light weight, just do shoulder extensions. Like just pick it up to your side. Like, hold on. Basically just doing shoulder exercises. But yeah, just something like this. Where you pick them up either in the front or you pick them up on the side. Every time, dude. Why does it pop up like that? Yeah. Stuff like that. Like I said, just do like 10 of them, right? And do it like a couple times today. It just the motion, the stretching, and the exercise itself will flush out some of the lactic acids in the muscle. It'll bring oxygen and blood flow to them. And it'll help alleviate that strain or that soreness. And any other muscle group, like I said, just do a slight workout. Like I said, if it's triceps, do tricep extensions. If it's biceps, do a couple curls, things like that. Something that's nothing heavy and nothing like you're not trying to do like a whole lot of reps. You're not trying to like actually get a workout in. It's just super simple, lightweight, basic stuff just to bring the blood flow and the oxygen to the area to like flush it out. That's literally all it is. Yeah, kitchen countertops, that's what I like to do. Or like my bathroom sink, right? When I'm like doing mouthwash or something and I'm standing there anyway, I'll do like 15, 20, maybe 30 like elevated push-ups like that. Or assisted push-ups. Just like I said, blood flow to the shoulders, kind of keep the body in motion. Yeah, Thor, everyone's like, get an ad blocker, get an ad blocker. The problem is it's not an ad block. It pops up with my email address. Like, hey, do you want to log in with this email address? And I'm like, no, I don't want to fucking log in. And it's a pop-up from my browser asking me to use my email to log in. Yeah, the bed's hard because it's squishy, and if you have a frame, sometimes if your frame's not tall enough, you run into the bed doing the push-up. So it's also possible too. Yeah, so the taller you're up, like so the countertop is high and it's really easy. Anything as you get lower, it gets harder, right? As you get higher, it gets easier. So like a door frame or a wall can be a lot easier. The problem I have, I think a door frame is better than a wall because a wall, you're gonna hit your face. Door frame, at least your head can go into the door frame and you're not gonna smack your face on the wall. So the door frame is better than the wall. But since the door frame is so up and down, depending on where you put your hands and your feet, it can be easier or harder than a counter. At least a counter is a set position usually. It's not too terrible. But yeah, whatever works, Thor. Like I said, if you have like a couple cans of food, you can also do like I said, shoulder lateral raises and front raises to do shoulder things. You can also do tricep extensions with, like I said, a couple cans of food, something super light, but something that's going to like just make you use that muscle, like I said, just to bring the blood flow and the circulation and more oxygen to the area. That's really all the idea is. Nothing about actual gaining muscles or anything. Yeah, though, I mean, like I said, the amount you weigh isn't that big of a deal. Like I said, if you can't do push-ups, you can't do push-ups. Like, There's lots of people that can't do push-ups. Like I don't hold, like, I don't judge, man. I remember I struggled to do push-ups back in the day, and then I just kept at it, kept at it. Now I can do some. Some's better than none. Like I'm not some fit goddess or anything. You know what I mean? Like I'm a normal Joe Schmo, man. And he's in an ad, so he didn't hear anything I said anyway, so. Oh, welcome back. Oh. Yeah, I fluctuate, but lately I've been losing weight. I'm down to 190, like pounds, not kilograms, pounds. I was like pretty consistent at 200. Now I'm down to 190. Trying to get back down to 185. Um, and then with being at 185, I'd like to convert some fat pounds into weight pounds, or like to muscle pounds. But I'd like to stay about 185 if I can. Yeah, and that's the thing, Pip. It's about calorie intake versus calorie outtake, right? That's the main like goal here. Is just substitute some of your high calorie stuff for lower calorie versions. That's a big help. And what really helped me, Pip, is instead of eating my whole meal in one sitting, whatever I normally would eat, I eat half of it, and then I wait over an hour. And if I'm still hungry, I'll graze on it. I'll take a couple bites here, I'll take a couple bites there, you know, I'll eat a little bit more, until I eventually finish it, but I don't eat it all at one time. So that way, that one meal, instead of me eating a massive meal and being overly stuffed and overly full and my stomach being stretched or whatever, and it taking more food to fill me, my stomach shrinks, so it takes less food for me to be full. And that way I can graze on the same amount of food for a longer period of time, stretching it throughout the day. Right? So overall, I eat less food throughout the entire day, and that's less calories throughout the entire day. All right, mate, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day and weekend. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord. We'll be back on Monday. And like I said, Monday comes around. I'll take a look at your guys' information in the general chats. If you have any recommendations or anything you want to talk to me about with the new games that we're going to be touching, throw that in the general chat and vote on whatever game you want by clicking on the emote that you corresponds to the games that you would be okay with. Vote on as many as you want. Doesn't matter. Just want you guys' opinions so I can take that into consideration come Monday so I can pick a game. But we're going to get out of here too, guys. It was great. It was fun. It was enjoyable. I want to definitely see if someone's streaming so I can rate out to them. So there's me. I rated this guy the other day, and it wasn't that it was bad. I just wasn't a huge fan of it. And then I think this guy's AFK fishing. And then I don't know who this guy is. Yeah, I'm not really feeling any of these people. So that is that then. All right, we're gonna get out of here, guys. I appreciate you guys. I will talk to you guys later. Like I said, if you need me in the meantime, hit me with the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord and want to join Discord, feel free. The only thing is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in the Discord at any time. If you ever need to hit me up off stream, that's the best place to do it. Just at me whenever. And when I'm awake or on the computer, I'll definitely hit you back. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that too. Go over there, give us a little likey, a little bit of support. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, or catch something you might have missed, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Hopefully we'll see you on Monday. See you. Like I said, Monday we're going to be starting a new game. Putting this down temporarily, playing it in the background still. Doing, non-progressional stuff, but working on tokens and things like that. But I appreciate y'all. Like I said, let me know what your thoughts are on a new game come Monday. But I talk to you guys, Monday. Rage. Auction all with that speed. Bro, I am actually really bad when it comes to tongue twisting and talking really fast. The only reason I'm able to do that on this portion is because I say it every day. And it's kind of muscle memory. But anyway, thank you guys. Talk to you guys later. See you on Monday. Bye. Thank you. See ya.